The global championship for me was the most exciting LAN.
I had a blast going to Copenhagen, right?
Playing on stage during the global championship, it was really, really fun.
Walking out behind stage in front of a big arena, it's like a good feeling, because you're like, oh wow, I qualified for this, I made it here.
The arena's nice, like especially seeing everything just light up after a game or like when someone wins.
I just love everything about it. It was really fun. You get to meet everybody also, which is another great part. Great city, great everything.
Playing at a LAN that big was so cool, especially walking out to crowd cheering for you. It's a different type of feeling.
I think the coolest highlight for me at the Global Championship was seeing Duke's 1 versus 2 against Scented and Polarized.
Now it's Duke left in a solo clutch situation. 2 of NA's finest directly above him. What? Massive shot though onto Scented. Duke with the back-to-back, and it's a victory royale out of nowhere.
Me and Scented and Dukes and Edgy weren't doing good, and we both needed a good game to kind of secure ourselves in qual for like the finals. Dukes, he's my roommate. Edgy, we're all best friends. Like as soon as we saw each other's names, we kind of just like got up and just like started like going crazy.
I can just remember myself, cheering right after it happened because all my friends made it to first and second, and both of them qualified.
Even though we lost the game, like we got 1v2'd by him. It was a good time.
For me, the highlight obviously was winning the first upper bracket.
This is looking like Acorn and Colt's game for the taking.
And Acorn's doing an excellent job pressuring with the breach of shotgun, making sure no one's got a chance to breathe. NA takes the game. Acorn and Colt, the shrug.
What's it like, Cole, taking a victory royale on day 1 here in Copenhagen?
This guy's just, I don't know, this guy's on something else.
I felt like I was like on top of the world. Nothing could stop us. We're winning this whole tournament.
I mean, for me personally, winning a game, it just gave me such a boost of confidence.
A 2v2 situation, Sphinx and Poyo drop them into the palm of their hands, but a nice shot's gonna be traded off, but it down onto Thomas, and they take the game, NA on top, thanks to Poyo and Sphinx.
I kind of felt like I was on top of the world and I could do anything.
Seeing Miro lift up that trophy definitely gave me a lot of motivation to grind harder and, play for that.
Watching them lift the trophy definitely made me feel like I got to make sure that's me next time,
Stand on the stage and hold the trophy at the end, and that's like the main thing that I envision myself doing that keeps me wanting to make sure that I qualify for this year as well.
Oh, I want to be at Global Championships really bad. One of the biggest priorities in my life right now.
Even if somehow I don't qualify, I will be there. The experience last time was too good to not.
It's not an option for me not to go to the next FNCS Globals.
I already know I'm gonna be there. If I don't qualify, I might have to just retire.
I'm due for the qualification this time. I'm making sure that this year's my year. I'll see you guys there.
exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got a power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, I tower. I don't care when the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in the stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay. Energy, energy, energy. Honey, that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. Honey, that. Been here, done that. You wanna know what we came for? Been here, done that. You wanna know what we came for? Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? It is great to see all of you. Welcome back to the FNCS. Today is the last opportunity to make it to next week's grand finals of Major Number 1. We've seen the competition take turns, be crazy, chaotic, but today it is all about consistency. Of course, joining us here, we've got Vivid, we've got Kelly, and there's much to discuss because this, once again, being the last opportunity, a lot of these duos will be missing out, and they have to put everything on the table and hope that they can make it into the top half of the bracket at the end of 3 games, which is going to be crazy. Viv, Kelly, how you guys feeling coming into today?
Feeling really good. And if I learned anything from watching EU earlier today, these 3 games from the upper bracket and then 3 games in the lower bracket, they fly by. For some reason, it just feels like they go by so much faster, so much on the line. I cannot believe we still have 40 slots, Kelly, to go ahead and give up for the qualification to grand finals. And we have a lot of top teams that have not made it there yet. So there's a lot of pressure on the line today.
Oh man, speaking of EU, if NA is anything like the script that we got to see for EU, we are in for quite a ride. Everyone, if you unfortunately missed it, please go check it again. It was absolutely wild the entire time. But I think we might be providing something just as exciting for the viewers today, Zeke.
Oh, totally, because everyone knows that NA is better than EU. So that's what Levin2K said, that you can quote that at Levin2K. He said that. Let's talk about today. So consistency is king. We watched the first 2 days of the competition be all about the victory royales, right? You get a victory royale, you're going straight to grand finals, and then we're looking to stay in the top half of the leaderboard to kind of go into the next day. But now the top 25 will be going on to grand finals. And this is just a look at some of the numbers we've seen. Someone like Adrian and Kanata putting up 260 points. You know, what do you guys feel like is that kind of makeup that'll get us to grand finals today?
Yeah, of course. And these are performances from the day 2 upper bracket yesterday. Now, of course, these performances, whilst they were good statistically, right, they played very, very well. The objective of those games was to go ahead and get victory royales, which, of course, the teams that we'll be seeing compete today, unfortunately, did not do. But Kelly, those types of performances that we just looked at right there, those high placement, high elimination games, they matter today. So we're going to be looking towards, you know, some really standout clutch performances from some of these teams today, and I think Kanata and Aders can definitely pull that off.
Oh yeah, for day 2, they ended up in 6th place, which must be a bittersweet moment for them, literally getting 1st place as far as points are concerned and getting so close to grabbing that victory royale. In fact, they grabbed a 2nd place in day 1 and in day 2, just barely missing out on that qualification. And not only did they get a 2nd place, but in day 2, they placed top 10 in 4 separate games, showcasing that their consistency is absolutely out of this world. And a lot of that starts from Ritzy Riviera. They in fact have a pretty empty drop spot around them. I think only 1 team contesting them. And of all the duos that we got to see yesterday, they're one of the only teams that was able to get an 80+ point game.
Wow. Yeah, and listen, we're talking about consistency, right? That's going to matter today. Well, what about the fact that Kanata has been consistent throughout his career? 20 for 20 when it comes to FNCS Grand Final appearances. Today, he will have to make that 21st one happen or that record goes out the door, Zeke.
Yeah, there's been a lot of talk on Twitter of people just not making it right. Their FNCS run is done for Major 1, and it's heartbreaking, but that's just how fierce the competition this major has been. Now, we are kind of focusing in on duos we think could be successful. I feel like a no-brainer, Acorn and Cold, right? I mean, just look at their numbers. I feel like this is a duo that will absolutely end the day in the top 25.
Yeah, I would definitely hope so. This is probably one of the favorites to go ahead and actually win this FNCS. The fact that this duo has stayed together from last year, absolutely awesome to see. And by the way, for anybody that doesn't know, their last year FNCS performances were as follows: 1st, 6th, and then 7th at Global. So this team is absolutely consistent when it comes to the hardest of the hardest lobbies, and not seeing them in this grand finals would be absolutely criminal. So I'm sure they'll clutch up today and get top 25 in the upper bracket.
And they almost clutched in day one, as you can see here in this moment, the heel off of Acorn versus Chimp. And it was so close once again, literally down to the wire. But unfortunately, Acorn wasn't able to claim that victory royale. But like you said, these guys are the kings of consistency for North America. I definitely think we can expect them to go through today. However, they're gonna have to go through a lot of different duos. If you guys saw the drop map, Fencing Fields has, it looks like half the lobby landing near them. We're going to talk more about that later, but hopefully they have some strategies to beat that out.
Yeah, everyone's thinking the same thing. With 3 games, how do we bust out that consistency? Now, what about Dukes and Threats? Talk to me about this duo. I feel like, once again, this feels like a no-brainer. They'll end the day in the top half.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if they, again, didn't end at the top half of the lobby for sure, like you're mentioning right now. Threats, of course, is looking for his first FNCS win. But the crazy thing that kind of flies under the radar sometimes is that Duke actually has 3 FNCS titles of his own. So he is used to this type of pressure, and I would not be surprised if they were able to clutch up today. And Dukes is just so good individually, and I feel like we saw so many solo clutches from Threats when he was paired up with Booga that, you know, when it comes down to getting these placement points, getting a couple of eliminations, we'll see some of those today as well.
Speaking of seeing another thing, it's another heel off that unfortunately Dukes lost, grabbing 2nd place in day number 2. But outside of that, they also placed top 5 in 3 games over the 2 days, so they could easily make it into the end game. They have a great drop spot with Grand Glacier, so I can expect a lot coming out of this duo.
All right, one final duo to discuss: Clicks and Epic Whale. So I feel like this duo played more toward like that consistency over the last couple days. They never got themselves the victory royale, so they never quite got the automatic qualification. But I felt like they were always playing for today. That's what they were almost like practicing for, Viv.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that's very, very good. They've been improving. And a lot of people think that Clicks is actually the best he has ever been when it comes to individual capabilities. But Kelly, you know, you've been mentioning this a lot. Their kind of strategy to consistently go for high ground over the past 2 days, it just made them struggle a lot.
And I think that they were kind of thrown for a loop with how many duos we saw kind of grief each other on high ground. That's not something that we've saw during the qualifiers or in previous majors, so I think that was a little bit surprising for them. And unfortunately, they were grabbing high ground around that zone 10, and it just seemed like everyone else in the end game was doing the same thing as them. They had okay performances. They got 14th in day 1 and 19th place in day 2. I do think, though, that this current meta that we're going to be seeing here in day 3 definitely favors them more than the Victory Royale meta we have been seeing.
Yeah, completely agree with you. Now, of course, the question is, how do we start consistency? If that's what we're looking to begin, where does that begin? Well, it begins at the very beginning of the game. So can you guys talk us through a couple key strategies or a couple things around the map that will help these duos kind of kickstart their game?
Yeah, 100%. When it comes to being able to perform consistently over the course of just 3 games, it is, of course, going to start very, very early on in the early game. Now, this season of Fortnite has done a great job of making sure that some things around the map consistently spawn, so that way you can constantly go for these types of objectives every single game, which is going to play a big part in being able to perform consistently. And one of those things is going to be mythic POIs. If you are, of course, able to take down some of these NPC bosses that are found at each one of these POIs, you will not only get the mythic weapon, which of course is just an upgrade from any other weapon that can be found within the game, but that oh so important medallion, which of course allows you to regenerate up to 50 shield and then gives you access to that vault, the gold, some weapons, everything that you might need to go through that mid and late game.
Another thing that a lot of these duos might be looking towards is to go towards that forecast tower. Of course, you guys all know it, but I'm going to remind you again. Claiming the forecast tower for yourself after you take down these NPCs essentially gives you the forecast augment that we saw from the previous chapter, allowing you to know where each zone is going to be. And we've seen so many top duos use this to their advantage and pretty much control the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, you're definitely going to want to be able to fight for that forecast ability. But bringing it back to the conversation of fencing fields, which is, of course, a mythic POI, there's another added little tree around this POI, and it's going to be the fact that we've got a giant field of flow berries. And honestly, it's a little bit underrated, right? Because if you ever need any extra shield, or maybe you don't want to use the shield that you were able to loot up throughout the early game, you can just go ahead and use these. And of course, Kelly, on top of that, the ability that you get to move with these things after you use them, of course, naturally they're just good, but then when combined with a jump pad, a crash pad, or even the grapple blade, you just go so much further. So it's going to be important to grab some of these when it comes to some of these rotation strategies.
I feel that they're a bit biased though, because the flowberries, all 59 of them, all literally spawn right near fencing fields. But you know what spawns around the map? Well, it's going to be those slurp barrels, of course. And we see it time and time again, these duos prioritizing this. Not only do they give you 10 health and shield, but they also have an AoE splash, which allows you and your duo to heal. Some of them are stacked 3 or even more, so you can get a giant boost of heals right away early on in the game.
Yeah, some of our teams will consistently find themselves utilizing these barrels every single game. Some of their strategies, their rotations in the early game, their landing spots revolve entirely around the barrels. And something else that teams use throughout this season, you cannot pick them up, you cannot loot them, but they're still around the map this season. It's going to be the jump pads. Now, most of them are, of course, found on the eastern side of the map, but you can find them around other places of the map. And some of our teams who utilize these and make it a part of their strategy can find themselves traversing across the entirety of the map, and whether it be landing up on a hill or just making a clean rotation, they find themselves in positions that are favorable. So pay attention for some of our competitors using some of these in some way, shape, or form throughout the day.
For sure. And Kelly, you kind of hinted at it, right? Some of these mythic POIs, though everyone's looking at them thinking that's how I could get my start, many of these duos are looking to contest these mythic POIs. We actually have a helpful map here to kind of break some of this down. So as we bring up these circles, break it down for me, Vivid. What do these represent?
Yeah, so the red's going to represent an area on the map that has 3+ teams contesting it. So as you can see, some of these POIs get a little hot. Yellow is going to be indicative of 2 teams there. And if we're paying attention up there, we're going to be able to see that Clicks, of course, landing at Lavish Lair is going to be contested today. We'll have to keep our eye on some of those POIs. But then the green, Grand Glacier, an uncontested mythic POI, has to be such an advantage coming into just 3 games today where you have to perform consistently.
Oh yeah, and that's going to be Dukes and Threats POI over there on top of the launch pads that you were talking about. So even though they're kind of far away from the center of zone, easily able to rotate, having the medallion, having the mythic weapon is definitely going to set themselves up for success. But I really feel like that heat map doesn't do justice to the absolute madness that's going on the southwestern portion of the map. It's something like half the lobby landing over there. I don't know if we're going to see any adjustments as the day goes on, but only time will tell.
Yeah, and again, this is only going to be after 3 games. So we're going to watch 3 games. We'll take a little break, and then we'll go on to 3 games in the lower bracket. Right now, watching the upper bracket. So only 3 games to make this happen, to end the day in the top 25, to just secure that spot. It is going to be fierce, Vivid.
Yeah, you definitely want to qualify through the upper bracket. The first 3 games that we're going to watch today, it's going to be all about top 25. If you were able to secure that position on the leaderboard, straight to grand finals you go. But anybody that plays in these first 3 games, if you land in that lower half of the leaderboard, you will have a second chance in the lower round, which will happen later on after the first 3 games and be on the back end of the day. But when that lower round happens, it's again 3 games. But in that one, Kelly, you have to get top 15, which is of course harder in my opinion than top 25.
I can't wait. I'm so excited for this, and I'm really excited for the grand finals. But of course, we have to find our remaining 40 teams before we can get to that point, Zeke.
Yeah. All right. Let's talk about expectations. All right. I'm already starting to feel nervous. I want everyone to just win and everyone get an axe of champions and we can all have a great time. But this is a competition, right? So how are you guys feeling right now with not only do we have to end in top 25, but if we don't make it there, we have a much smaller window to try and make it to grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, let's just talk about how some of these end games are going to go. I think we're going to see a big switch up in the meta. You know, we've seen a lot of heal loss, a lot of people using their med kits to try to go for the victory royale, but now placement points matter. So I think we're going to see a lot of teams, a lot of solos kind of dip out into the storm during some of these later moving zones before they even actually fully close, and in order to go ahead and try to clutch up a lot of placement points via a heal off that can happen a little bit earlier on. So I think our wins, the victory royales on the day, are actually going to come down to some fights, some 2v2s.
Yeah, for the last 2 days, we definitely seen some issues with Storm Surge as well as duos trying to claim high ground where there's too much contesting going up on the high ground in the end game. I think we're going to see less of that. I think teams are going to kind of play more normally like what we saw during the qualifiers or in previous majors and what we've seen so far. I think we're kind of going to see more of the standard Fortnite we all know and love.
Okay. Now I want to hear from our casters. Monster D Face, the best Taco. Give us your insights as we kick off game number 1.
Thanks so much, Zeke, Vivid, and Kelly, as always, for the analytical insight. And man, they made a lot of great points there, MDF, but my favorite was right there at the very end, Zeke mentioning just how nervous he's feeling, because I don't know about you, Monster, but I can feel how much energy these players are investing, and we're about to get things started here in the upper bracket with game number 1 on the line.
Yeah, for sure. No, listen, that's what it's all about, right? This is what FNCS is all about.
Everything. It's exactly what it's all about, Monster. Right here is the exact moment that so many players, even from the lower bracket, having to grind their way into the upper bracket now, looking for their final opportunity, at least as far as the upper bracket is concerned, to find themselves in that top 25.
Yeah, definitely. And this time we have, of course, Pars here that we're going to be looking at. And Baka, this is the team that was contested yesterday, all weekend long, actually, by Edgy. And things went back and forth for them, but seems like we're going to be okay for now. But jumping on over to Clicks and Epic Whale, a team that is going to have it now. Another duo landing directly on top of the Lavish layer. This is news to them for sure. Yesterday they had a much easier day, all things considering, as there weren't any other duos directly looking to fight here. But I mean, with Chrisix and Dragon there, it's gonna be pretty tough.
Yeah, and you can see some of these off-spawn battles not necessarily going the way that Blake would have hoped. Possessed and Snacky actually gonna get credited now, looking to just take down a bot here at Snooty Steps. They want the Peter Griffin Mythic Hammer Pump, and for good reason. Society Medallion, also a really nice pickup, but beautiful snipe there coming out of Possessed. That's the kind of accuracy that you never want to experience from another player. Possessed, on the other hand, Snacky probably more than excited about the fact that his duo is hitting snipes like that this early on.
Great tags, great snipes. Definitely setting themselves up for success. For Baka, looks like they did have a team decide to W key on into their territory. We just tuned in with them. There wasn't a duo in sight, but all of a sudden now they have themselves a set of 2 eliminations. So this is perfect. And I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, they're completely trying something new today, right? Like, this is not where they were landing before by any means.
They're still definitely hovering a little bit more towards that far west side of the map, though. Definitely still seeming to have intentions of going for the forecast tower that spawns on the hill east of the reclaimed villa. But Pars and Baka, they are conned by a couple of different teams. That's why we're seeing Mr. Millennium that you already pointed out there, MDF, but Vert, Yumi, seeing if they can add another one to the count, and it's got to be Edgy taken down. Unfortunate stuff there for Edge as well. But Vert, Yumi, definitely feeling pretty good about the fact that they were able to come out on top in the off-spawn.
Very nicely done. You can see the stats here. First from 25th. From today's lobby qualified to Grand Finals this week. That is what is on the line right now. Unlike all of Friday and Saturday's games, it's about consistency now as well. The better you place, the higher you place, the more consistent you can be here, the more likely you are to go straight to Grand Finals. And the catch is that it really only takes about 2.5 games or so, right? 2 games, 2 really good games, and you can punch yourself a qualification ticket to Grand Finals.
man, in some circumstances, even just finding a victory royale, even though it won't be the automatic guarantee for Grands like what we've been experiencing over the past couple of sessions, but at the same time, you get 1 VR in a 3-game format, MDF. Even if you were able to add a handful of eliminations to that as well, those points bound to keep you in that top 25 threshold for the leaderboards. I'm certain that's something that all of these teams have in mind here as they continue trying to build up. Sus, a little bit of trouble here with Cam and Diminished. We'll look for a brief disengage, just try to create a little bit of separation. But Freeze and Script like this mentality to essentially reposition, looking to go towards the high ground here. Script just having a little bit too much damage from Diminished and Cam. And Cam and Diminished as well, gonna opt to just hang out on the train for the time being and rotate elsewhere.
Definitely one way to rotate for sure. Keeping a low profile. This is probably one of the, you know, those types of plays as well. No one really expects a team to be just riding the train, right? So all things considering, too. Yeah, I was gonna say all things that considering this should be a free pickup, free upgrades for them, as well as a ways to get across the map here. And take a look at this. There is an opponent just next door. They're going to be sliding on by. It's Rokane there. Rokane takes a peek in. Okay, so he's actually wary of the train. You can see he doesn't quite trust it. So knowing a lot more than I do in this regard, I would have thought that, yeah, you know, you would have probably let your guard down and not really cared too much. But nope, these pros are not being careless at all.
Minish does pay a slight price there. Arcane and Revive's probably happy about the fact they're able to get some surge tag damage online this early so they can continue prioritizing their general loot pathing. Is now reviewing things over here at the Grand Glacier. It's Tavern and Edgy, and these guys have 100% done a swap. They've gone complete opposite of where we saw them yesterday. It was initially Edgy and Tavern that were actually contesting Pars and Baka. We kept watching that off spawn for what felt like 3 or 4 matches yesterday, and now deciding to take their chances over at the Grand Glacier. It's going to be Duke and Threats that they would have to keep an eye out for. At the same time, definitely enough space for both teams to collect what they need and then possibly look for an engagement later on.
So we jump down with TK and Bacon sitting on top of Acorn and Cold's base. Acorn and Cold are, again, one of those teams that we expect to perform up towards the upper top 25 today. It'd be a huge upset for them to do anything less. Bacon doesn't hit the snipe, but he wants to rotate out now, play for more prime positioning, and it does seem like the map revealing some important interest up above. They're going to be moving right on into there to go ahead and get some weapons upgraded.
And for Bacon and TK, a team that isn't contested initially at the Ruined Reels, they're going to have to make up that surge damage, finding those tags elsewhere, maybe looking for a little bit of elevation on some hills, see if they can possibly take some shots at the teams coming out of Reckless Railways, possibly. But they're not the only ones trying to figure out a surge strategy here. So we've got Scented and Tahi now inside of the Reckless Railways, but one shot will manage to connect there for Scented. Just a little bit of elevation, but knows that there's a player in the bush now. Sees another player trying to ramp up onto a hill. And again, this is just Scented, Tahi, making sure that they stay in control of their surge strategy.
Take a look at Kanata and Aegis right now. Opting to go with the medkits deep in the storm right now. No elimination, so they're not giving us any signs of wear and tear for a fight, but instead they're just hanging back, taking their time here. When it comes down to top 25, I can respect plays like this where, again, the strategies are going to be a lot different, right? Yesterday was all about, can we pick up a win? Can we win? Can we win? And if you couldn't, today is going to be the day where, can I just be consistent? Can I make end games, right? Do that a couple times and all of a sudden you are good, but it's about fatigue that can set in for our pros, right? Playing all weekend long. I mean, we're talking session in and session out just to make it this far into the stages. We'll see who's got the gas tank to continue on through to the finish line. Iamzo and Rise being a set of those duels as well. Plenty of highlights picked up throughout the course of Saturday and Friday. But here we are.
One thing Iamzo and Rise definitely struggle with, though, in yesterday's competition of the upper bracket was actually making sure they had enough surge. Seems like since they're uncontested at their drop and the fact that they're so central on the map, probably just having a handful of difficulties with actually encountering players, because these two more than definitely have the accuracy necessary. If they can find someone, they can certainly look to get some damage online. That's the case here with Rise. Now, trying to see if he can chase down Empen. Mason, nowhere to be seen just yet. Have to imagine that Empen strategy here for going for such a quick retreat. And, well, this is the reason why we're not seeing Mason nearby. Empen, actually a solo, looking to just hide out now behind this set of barrels here inside of fencing fields. And this is quite the predicament currently for Empen. Has to be quiet as a mouse there in that corner, but Rise Iamzo recognizing not really worth chasing out that solo. Much better to just prioritize positioning elsewhere, get a little bit of elevation going, and again, just trying to make sure they get those tags early on.
Listen, when in doubt, just rat it out. That's the Empen strat right now. He's trying to give a low profile, but Reed and Ritual on the hot press right now. They already have, seem to be a down player in front of them. It's a Minish, and they don't get the credit. Oh yeah, there it is. Ritual is the result of the knock there, and he gets the credit as the other team starts to shoot on in and put their opinions on the matter. But Cam could run. I don't think he's going to be able to hide for very much longer. There are not only other teams opting into this fight, but of course, Re and Ritual's pressure undoubtedly being felt right now. Just like that, they have full control of this, not only the cache, but the loot left behind. Cam's duo.
Even just putting Cam into that solo position's gonna have to be enough here for Re and Ritual. Ritual, nice quick scope as well
crazy.
Onto a Minish. There's really nothing to be done.
Look at this, Reed was down when that all went and I exchanged right there. So it was actually a Minish who likely got the opener onto Reed and Ritual, and with the back against the wall, Reed and Ritual turned that around. So shout out to Ritual, man, hitting the most clutch snipe shot right there to keep their tournament run in the game, and gets the save at the same time, making it that much more impressive.
Always feels pretty bad, though, to be on the receiving end of those types of snipes, though. So on Minish, I do apologize sincerely, but Polarize, Death, here now inside of fencing fields. They've got Day on the run. Day down to just a sliver of HP now, trying to escape into a separate box, but it's just all too easy. Polarize collapse from the top. Death on the other side. There was really nothing else left to be done there for Day. Unfortunately, he's just gonna have to wait this one out for round number 2 to start here in the upper bracket, but Polarized, Death. You can see the zone pulling just slightly east of where they're currently situated. Crash pads, more than enough though to get them into the position that they'd like to be. Slight cut off there though from Polarized into the tree. A little unfortunate, but nothing that'll deter them for sure.
Still got a little ways to go as well, so after they met up, they will have to continue to rotate through that treacherous territory. Jumping on over for a quick update with Dukes and Threats here. Completely different story. Dead center on the map right now, but it does seem like they want to take a fight here. They single out Seek down low, but no, Duke couldn't make it through the window quite in time, and that's going to slow down their entire agenda there. And now he's getting pushed. Okay, so Dash is looking to get inside this box, and that was almost it for Duke there, but the wall just in time to block those incoming shots. No Threats in sight either. Threats was on a completely different fight there for a moment. And that's how quickly situations can change right there. What looked to be a very great singled out solo down low in Prodigy Seek here. All of a sudden, one small misplay, and Dasharuni was on the heels of Dukes there.
Yeah, honestly, a great job by Dasharuni, but also some solid discipline there too. Recognize the fact that there's definitely some other teams hanging out here at Hazy Hillside. and just didn't want to compromise himself. How many times have we seen a player get pushed because they got their shields cracked, and then next thing you know, you're the one that's actually being knocked in the process. Dasharini just did not want to risk that situation any further. Got the damage that he needed in the first place. Is now Duke. Got some regen going. Shields back to full. Feeling comfortable again. Trying to get a little bit of height overview for where the rest of these players are lining up here in Hazy Hillside, but just not really being given the best opportunities to try and take some shots in return.
I was going to say they must have a medallion or something, because Threats was not looking to pop a big pot there. But I think I did see his HP starting to tick up after a couple moments. Back on over to Clix and Epic Whale, continuing to play for the Rift Island. So this is a continued trend from this duo. They have shown that they're not strangers by any means coming up for this high ground position here.
I'm glad it's not just me, by the way. I can encounter those difficulties. Running through the window sometimes.
Oh, I mean, we've seen it. Even pros make mistakes or have tough times. Talking about a tough time for some pros, we have some down bodies in the storm here, just on the outer edge. Safety was so close yet so far, and now we have a team staring right on inside. It's actually Decay and company. Oh no, it's Decay who's just a solo. Okay, so Decay lost his teammate, and he's just waiting this one out. Little does this WTJ duo know that there's a team right up above, and there they are.
Almost a little surprised that the team that was initially boxed up on the hill actually opted to not be a little bit more aggressive with shooting into those builds that Raze, Higher, and Decay were posted up in initially, but Xavi and Neko actually just gonna opt to keep it moving, essentially. And just want to stay on a good pace, stay in a good line of sight along the edge of the zone where they can potentially look to try and find some damage elsewhere. Cam, though, has managed to bring Aminish back into this match. Now looking to charge down Jojo Fishy and will successfully find the elimination onto Beast and Jojo. So another duo taken out of the lobby. Nice plays, though, from Cam. The fact that he was able to find the reboot van opportunity there onto Aminish is definitely nice to find that refresh along the way as well. But now, gotta be really careful with the way that they choose to re-enter the zone, because there are so many teams that have already gotten positional advantages from rotating earlier on.
It's crazy. Some of these late lower bracket teams finding their footing here today. Take a look at Kanata and Aegis right now. Don't want anything to do with the Storm right now, but they are so far below the Surge. This grapple Blade's going to get them into a position here shortly, but they will have to do the impossible, which is push a team, hopefully set up a big set of eliminations here. Aegis gets so punished for the W key here. We knew the decision was going to be inevitable to have to push into, and there seems to be the knock and the likely finish that comes in now. Aegis being completely taken out. Kanata is going to get the follow-up in the exchange there, but the cost is great.
Wow, it's just Susscript and Freeze suppressing Kanata so heavily, just refusing to let him escape from these boxes. And that's exactly what you'd expect the team on height to do. And they just happen to have that positional advantage. Again, Cold, similar situation here to Kanata. Acorn knocked. And Cold can clutch this one up, though. Might be able to go for the revive. He's looking to see as if he can commit to this. It's really gonna put the pressure onto the other duo to see if they want to actually challenge this box or not. But Polarized Death, not quick enough. Revive is good. Acorn able to make it up now. Cold as well with the shield potion, so some resources expended unwillingly, but at the same time, Cold knowing that he has his duo back up and running is more than a good enough trade-off right now.
Well, things are going to settle for a second here. So we now start looking on over to the other side. Scented by himself, finds the box open, but no, couldn't get the tag that he needed to keep him alive in the game right now. Still looking though. He's not going to give this one up yet. And I like that he's getting active before the zone actually closes. I mean, this is what a lot of players will fail to do in this type of situation. We've seen it consistently before where it's just a little too late. You try to go in and make it a play for Surge here. But no, the shots come in. Moments are found, and it's not looking too good for Scented now.
No, just lost entirely. Too much shield. No heals either. And just continuing to eat random tags from every which direction, but just doing what he can to try and chop out a team in the layers above him. But it's just not going to be enough. Scented will meet the end of game number 1. Kanata still trying to keep this solo performance going, though. But looking substantially healthier in comparison to where we saw Scented at as far as the solo endeavor is concerned, at least with 2 medkits, the 6 small shield potions as well, and an ample amount of ammo. Could expect Kanata to just do his best to try and stay above that damage threshold, and then he can probably just look to hang a little bit more towards that backside of zone. Doesn't really want to draw too much attention. The moment you get lobby focus on, it almost feels impossible to escape.
Definitely a decision to be had here shortly. He's going to go for the fight here. You got to respect the fact that he's still trying to maintain outputting damage all throughout the game, especially now as a solo. It's going to be more critical than ever. No shotgun in hand, though, so things are going to get very interesting as we start approaching the later stages of this tournament run right now. But this is just game number 1. Again, all of 3 for this upper bracket here. Before we go review down what's going to happen down with the 3 games from the lower, but top 25 is what matters. So playing even out, even now as a solo, you really, really have to try to stretch it, go the distance.
And Baka and Pars, we know that they're one of our teams that loves going for the Forecast Tower whenever it spawns. But right now, Forecast last thing on their minds, Ritual, Reet, just trying to make it through. Couple of builds through these low ground layers, and Ritual, Reet, they can hear footsteps all around them. The question is, which direction do they actually want to try and tackle first? And with the zone pulling a little bit further east, might prompt them to just look for a slightly later rotation since they have good mobility. Yamzo and Rise, though, again, slight struggles here. Just barely underneath that damage threshold, but no one is giving many openings. So it's Yamzo trying to take matters into his own hands, looking to just destroy some of these brick walls that Hire and Raze keep throwing up, hoping that other players might look to also focus out those boxes, but Yamzo and Rise just barely managing to catch a break here, 29 above. Still nowhere near their comfort zone. Bound to keep trying to look for some type of play that they can commit to, a duo that they can actually challenge inside of these mid and low ground layers.
Yeah, what we're seeing already is definitely chaos unfolding here shortly. Yamzo, Rise, Acorn, Adrian, Kanata, all these big teams hurt, fragmented, and or already taken out. NA is all over the place right now. Some of your favorites setting themselves up to have an uphill battle as things continue. And even Yamzo, like we said in Rise here, very hurt on that rotate. Not a clean one by any means for Kanata. Take a look at this. Things are starting to catch up now, halfway through his material count. We already know that the pressure we're starting to add on as far as the damage is concerned, and this is something he's been consistently conscious of as he's positioned himself up, and it just couldn't pull any further. Now again, the grapple blades allow him to make this rotate likely easier than most, but still the punishment that, you know, happens from point A to point B, the longer they continue to expose themselves, is very, very clearly adds up. Players are just not letting their guards down at all.
Now you can see even a team like Pars and Baka, since they've got grapple blades in tow as well, Pars still opening up their walls, trying to see if you can find additional tags instead. Because again, if you have a means of mobility like the grapple blade, you can certainly opt for a slightly later rotation, but you don't want to go too far behind the rest of the lobby. Clicks, having just lost Epic, knows that he's got a team trying to challenge him from the backside, but now it's going to be Clicks forced to commit towards the low ground, just trying to get a little bit of heals going as well. One shield potion already expended, a med kit soon to follow. It's gonna be hard for Clix to come up big here in this one, but he might just get it done. Similar fashion, Kanata still trying to deal with the likes of Crispin Noxy. A box directly next to his. Opts for some shots. One tag or two, but now it's Kanata. He's on the move. He recognizes he's got to stay moving with the rest of the lobby, but first what he needs to find is an elimination, a knock of some sort, damage, anything that'll get this damage threshold up above, but it's not going to come to him in time. Instead, it's going to be Vert with the elimination credit there onto Kanata, who's just trying to get that med kit off. Unfortunate scenes here in NA, but Clix, another one of our solos, still just trying to keep things rolling.
Yeah, and I respect what Clix is doing right now. He is just working his way across the layers right now, truly trying to stay alive, and he's picking up placement points while he's at it. Now remember, he already used his med kit a lot earlier than he probably would have liked, but he did that for placement. Top 25, consistency matters, and look at this, the movement to slide him right into this little safety spot. It's gonna be so important, and it's gonna go the distance for him. Just inching his way ever so closely now to top 10, 14th place. Player down below, player up above. Wood builds here. This is the perfect type of tarp to get through.
Oh my god, Snacky though on height. Pars looked for the overtake, not going to be able to find it. Instead, Snacky possessed, still looking to control the high ground. Depending on their ammo status, they might be able to just suppress the entirety of this lobby now. Down low, Ritual gonna opt, medkit coming out as well. Just again, looking for those additional placement points. Ritual now heading back towards the zone. Yuumi, Hound, so many players swarming underneath. Congestion just continuing to build in that low ground. You can even see all the medallions popping out. No one even able to claim some of the loot from these fallen players, as Chris will be another one added to the count. Ritual, what a mastermind of an edit.
Yeah, Ritual's just playing like exceptionally well right now. Not only from the clutch, but now all the way down to putting himself in this endgame situation and continuing to rack up placement points here. And not only that, eliminations as well. Can he get another one? Of course he can, but it's gonna come at the cost of hitting the shot first. He was so close yet so far, and there it is, the follow-up onto Acorn to just snatch top 3 away from him and picking him up to 5 eliminations. High ground though, Snacky, Possessed, looking to suffocate out the players down low. There's really no room to work with here. It's a 2v1, it should be all but over, but Snacky doesn't even want to take any risk here. He's gonna allow Possessed to sit back, hand back, and finish the deed. Close out on Ritual there with a huge pump shot.
Massive respect, though, to Ritual for keeping things going as long as he did. I mean, finding a second placement in our first game of the day, MDF, on top of those 5 eliminations. I mean, 20 points off of Elims alone? I think that that's some pretty fantastic stuff, but yeah, Possess, Snacky, the moment that they shut down Pars, looking to challenge for the high ground, that was the moment, because there really wasn't anybody else left to try and deal with this high ground team. All these other teams just got stuck in those moving zones on the low ground.
Yeah, and you can see running it back right there, the big pump shot. Snacky, Possessed take that first game of 3 here for this bracket. Not bad, if I do say so myself. And not only that, a team that did it from key positioning, right? It's so much risk involved when you start to play for the high ground this early in a grapple blade meta, but they managed to make it work.
And again, big congrats to Possessed and Snacky, but this is only game 1 of 3 as far as the upper bracket is concerned. So, gonna get things back over to Zeke, Vivid, and Kelly and see what they have to say.
I love that MDF kind of called out. Game number 1 was crazy. Everyone, again, is thinking the same thing. We only have 3 games to try and end the day in the top 25. Possessed and Snacky, they come out with the victory royale in game number 1 and with 7 eliminations. this is a massive start for the duo.
Yeah, crazy stuff. And Kelly, we actually already talked about the possibility of it happening. A team winning from the high ground, able to actually hold it, not having 17 teams try to come up and fight them for it. I think they actually had to fight off like basically one team earlier on in the moving zones. And then as you can see, Possess gets an elim there, which is big for the refresh. But hey, being able to hold it the entire game right here, pick up this victory out, and pretty much guarantee their qualification to grand finals in game one, that has to feel good.
Oh, nature is finally healing itself. We're starting to see success once again from high ground. And I don't think it's to a surprise to anyone from Snacky. He was one of the best players in NA West, winning several grand finals. And to see him do that once again for North America Central for this major, it just, you know, it's not too much of a surprise.
Okay. Once again, Kelly just saying NA West was best. All right, but that's fine, Kelly. It is what it is. Let's take a look at our standings. I want to see how things are going, what other duos' numbers were after that initial game. So if we start to look at all of the eliminations, nothing too crazy, not like right out the gate. You know, everyone's kind of starting this is what I'm used to seeing, you know, in Fortnite. Of course, Possessed and Snacky, because of that victory out, they're going to shoot themselves way up into the standings, but Ritual, Reet, Acorn, Cold, even Crisp and Noxy. I mean, these are names we saw all weekend long. And I mean, look, Tavern and Edgy, Yumi and Fert. I mean, dude, this is a who's who right now.
Yeah, I mean, we have a stacked lobby for sure. And as we check out top 20 right here, don't forget top 25 is where you want to be at the end of the day. Kelly, I think we have to talk about that performance from Ritual and Reet. But I think we should put a little bit of emphasis on Ritual because the clutches that he was able to pull off, not only in the end game, right, where he was picking up the eliminations, picking up the placement points in the middle game, saving the game for them with that snipe shot. Incredible stuff.
Yes, that 180 quick scope. We were losing our minds when we saw it happen. I mean, they prioritized the cash as well, grabbing early eliminations. And then Ritual, once it did come down to the solo, his maneuverability on the mid to low ground to make sure that he was always at the front of zone, but then still peeking to where the center of zone was, which allowed him to grab so many eliminations. He's such a smart player, and I love him doing up with Reet. I can't wait to see what this duo has in store for the rest of the games.
So let's get a temp check, right? Of course, we only had, that was just game one, but we don't have another 5 games ahead of us, right? We just have 2 left on the day. How are things kind of seeming to you guys after just that game number 1? Does it feel like we've been practicing, now we're kind of back into Fortnite? Does it feel like maybe there's still quite a bit of chaos we're working through right now?
No, I think everything was pretty normal in that game. I think what probably caught a lot of the competitors by surprise was maybe some storm surge, right? It seemed like that was a little bit of a struggling point for some of our teams. But to be fair, you know, we were tuning in, we were checking out teams that had, you know, 1, 2 eliminations, and they were like just on the edge of being below the threshold or sometimes even below it, which is absolutely crazy. You would think that if you went ahead and got an elimination, you might have enough damage, but no, not in these types of lobbies. So always got to be mindful of that when you're going to the mid game as well.
Yeah, that's actually exactly what I was going to bring up. We saw some top teams like Eonzo and Rise, Acorn and Cold below Storm Surge, Baka and Pars. A lot of big names that I don't think we would have expected to see having issues with Storm Surge. And I'm wondering if that's just kind of the difference of what we've had all weekend. Of course, so we have to talk about Acorn and Cold, one of our top duos looking into him. We actually saw Acorn go down in the mid game, but Cold was able to bring him back up. And clearly that was for, it worked out for them at the very end, being one of the final remaining teams here on the low ground.
Yeah, love that from them. As soon as you get Cold specifically on the low ground in a spot where he can kind of work with some edits, work with some space, he is an absolute demon who will guarantee pick up eliminations. Of course, here closing in on the end game. In this specific game, they did not have any mats to work with. No real space for them to claim, but still a good game number 1 for them. Going to be in 3rd place right now, so that is a great start to these first 3 games, Z.
We can't forget, though, consistency is the word of the day, right? So they had this strong start, but they have to be able to do it 2 more times. And of course, being in that like top 5, I feel like it's a good look right now, but if they were to fall off spawn the next 2 games, it could spell disaster for the duo.
Nah, honestly, I think top 25 after a little bit, one good game can honestly surge you up all the way, you know, into that top 25.
Master curse.
No, not at all. You know, right now it's only 10 points right now, was 25th, right? So one good game after, you know, even if it's in the 3rd game and you go into that 3rd game with 0 points, I think that some of these teams can clutch up, get a victory out, 2nd place with a couple eliminations, and still make it to grand grand finals directly.
It is Fortnite, though, and Fortnite's all about being unpredictable. So there are definitely some situations that our top duos could fall into. Maybe we're going to see some teams change up their drop spot because, Zeke, like you said, there's just 2 games remaining. This is 10. When there's usually 6 games, this is when we tend to see teams change things up a little bit. It's going to be interesting to see what happens, though. So we got to wait till game 2.
Well, Kelly, we don't have to wait much longer because game number 2 is already ready to go. So why don't we go back on over to our casters to kick things off?
Thank you guys so much. And Monster, we got a little bit of a taste there in game number 1 as far as what's in store today inside of the upper bracket. And again, top 25. That's really what it's all about today.
Yeah, definitely. We have to see teams continue to pick up those end games. Otherwise, it's back to the drawing board for you. And you saw it. One good game is really all it takes, as like you just watched play out. But hey, the battle bus is ready. Let's get in for game number 2.
And again, starting things off, couple of teams that were able to get things going on the right foot, but some others who a little bit of a stumble here at the start. But again, like you just said, Monster, one good match. We saw how many points were just collected in the last lobby, even for Possessed and Snacky. So I almost expect Possessed, Snacky, they still want a repeat performance and just keep building those points as high as possible.
Yeah, I know, like, winning doesn't, you know, it's not like yesterday, right? Like, oh, guaranteed grand finals, done. But basically, it's the same thing today. You win in that type of spectacular fashion, like, you're good. You're not going to have a problem by any means. 90-something points is an incredible amount of points. It's going to put you up towards the top. With only 3 games, you really only need, we talked about it, a game and a half, maybe 2, right? A decent positioning, and you're just fine. Even like for Clips, we know we saw him kind of playing slow, going for the heal off, but stretching his way into a top, you know, 13, top 15. That's a great game, all things considering.
Yeah, and also there is the fact that at top 25, even if you're not in that threshold, you still get another opportunity with the 3 matches in the lower bracket. Of course, that being top 15, though, naturally going to be substantially more difficult to achieve. But inside of these off-spawn battles, that's where a lot of the action is going to be taking place. And Pars solo without Baka, but with a beautiful elimination to start things off in a double finish.
That was crazy.
Doesn't seem like Aaron had any idea how exposed he was through that window.
Yeah, just awareness check right there from Pars. Well played to go in and clutch that one up to save it for the team. See the standings there. 18 points is pretty much your 19 and above kind of threshold. Things start to jump up from 18th and onwards, but no Yuumi here. Bert has to try to not only finish this fight, but play for the save afterwards. Not going to be an easy task by any means. Crashpad was down, but abandoned. Next, he wants to go for a better angle. And here goes the disengage from Vert. The tag there. That's going to be the confidence. That's going to be the momentum swing for sure. When you get that white tag like that. Look at that. The reboot ready and primed for the pickup.
Nexi, though, second guessing.
Yeah.
Almost can't fault him. Does seem a little bit as though Vert might still be trying to look for like another wraparound technique here. And that's the other side of these off-spawn battles, right? Because we know players want to be in that top 25, but 3 off-spawns, if you're not winning these off-spawns or even surviving them and you're going to these hotly contested drops, that can definitely, it can play a little bit of a mental game, I think, on some of the players. They just keep losing that off-spawn battle. Wouldn't be surprised to see some switch-ups for some teams if they don't have as much success with the off-spawn for games 1 and 2. Well, game 3 again, because one good one can be all it takes for the difference of being inside or out of that top 25 on the leaderboard. But right now, focus back over at Fencing Fields. Mason and Penn, they're going to be the ones that were able to claim the medallion and that Nisha's Mythic Striker AR. Very fortunate finds as well for Mason inside of the vault, given that he was actually able to secure a sniper. It doesn't happen. It's not a guarantee inside of these vaults, so some nice RNG coming into play there.
Yeah, things looking pretty good for Mason. For Tavern here, edgy. Opposite side of the map. Just getting the metal together, getting the rotation together. All very much standard practice. So far, so good, but let's get back into the action. Things finally do start to reach a conclusion point. Mason and Penn fight their way out of the vault and into another set of eliminations, bringing them on up to 4 now. We get to run that back here in just a moment as well, but talk about just a huge boon for them. That's a wonderful set of eliminations and points there. Go ahead and just keep them in the game right now. Keep them one step closer to grand finals. Now take a look at this one more time here. Mason holding things out. Recognizes, all right, I'm running out of material here. But the sniper comes out.
No.
That is how you initiate a fight, undoubtedly. And then they just walk Nerface down, no problem. Bagged him up and got him out of there.
Nah, he's looking a little different for that one. Absolutely insane for that quick scope.
It's good.
You know that's going in the next highlight reel. It's a guarantee at this point.
Another one for the trailer as we've continued to get this season just encapsulated game after game.
Moments like that, though, I was going to say, you really can't help but wonder, because I don't fault Curly or Nur for trying to look for that aggressive challenge. I mean, how often do we see teams outside of the vaults that look to try and take advantage of the team that just secured all that vault loot? And again, Click's Epic, a team that's usually able to take advantage of the Lavish Lair vault as well as the Mythic that's available here. But yeah, you can definitely see Day and Redux on the hill just outside of Lavish, trying to pose some problems there.
Now Rise and Yamzo, same situation as well, just trying to find themselves some key positioning here. We get a little update with the forecast towers being secured. We already know that is the name of the game right now. Definitely we will play heavily into your favor, knowing exactly where that next zone's gonna be. You should expect them to be in some of the best positioning.
Bryce, though, spotting out TK's box and definitely being smart about how he chooses to rotate around ruined reels, opting for a little bit more elevation to not be as exposed here. Diminished. Fat tag into his shields, and that's going to be enough to incentivize him to retreat back to his box with Cam. 3 separate teams looking to try and engage on each other close to the Rebels' roost, but Cam and Diminish, they're going to be one of the first ones to do a little bit of fallback, a little bit of refarm on their materials. Sometimes when you get these multi-team engagements, it's pretty intense how quickly you can find yourself burning through mats. And Diminish Cam also definitely mindful of teams that might look to try and cut them off on the other side of this river here. So they're going to opt to just try and get to as much high ground as possible, and then probably scope out, see what's actually breaking or causing problems to break out in their area.
The team just hiding out in the classy courts here. Chris and Noxy want nothing to do with it, though. So far in the outer edge of this zone here. Oh, they do have a team rotating here just to the side now. Snipers in the hands of Chris. Re and Ritual continuing the pace from last game. Finishing up a player as we jump in here. Full duo getting crossed out here at the railways. And there's nothing here this team needs. They are so situated. This continues to be the story, I feel, of Re and Ritual. We haven't seen them obviously pick up a win on Friday or Saturday, but they just haven't stopped staying at the top of the conversation as just very, very great duo to look out for this season. Surely we'll see them in grand finals at this pace.
When you consider just how well they've been placing throughout the weeks of competition, leading into today even, yeah, that top 25 looking relatively secure here. Rise and Iamzo though, Rise trying to function without Iamzo. Might be able to clutch this one up though if he wins the engagement inside of these box fight 2v1 scenario though. It's going to be tough. Two separate angles that Maxo and Dolzer were contemplating. They're going to regroup here momentarily. Is now Rise, knowing that Iamzo has just been full elimed, wants to make a play for the reboot card. Definitely also wants to look for some additional damage, but is trying to be careful here. Doesn't want to find himself getting fully elimed at the same time. Although, as far as leaderboard points are concerned, in 10th place, definitely have some wiggle room as far as if they were to fall a little bit earlier on in this match, but can't ever count Rise out this early on. Dolzer and Maxo, they're going to spend some time just hanging out next to Iamzo's reboot card. And that is one of the unfortunate circumstances that can take place when you lose your partner inside of some of these box fights, MDF. It's just, now that team has the luxury of sitting on your teammate's reboot card because they've already got their surge damage online.
That's right, they have options. And, I mean, that may be one of the toxic options to go with, but it's a good play nonetheless in a 3-game type of format. Call it a mini format, if you will, where, you know, an elimination's worth a lot, right? You saw there, though, Iamzo and Rise are at 40 points. That puts them in top 10 currently after a game 1. But EU, the cutoff was around, I believe, 60 points for top 25. So it shows you that it's just not over yet. Even if you use that as your baseline foundation, you have to have another good game. You just can't not make points after coming in a hot game 1. So everything matters. No early checkouts.
I like this rotation, though, out of Polarize and Death. They recognize the fact that there was already a team situated on the hill, east of Pleasant Piazza. They didn't want to waste too many of their own materials either, so they opted to just use that natural cliff face to run through the low ground, essentially, without having to worry about eating any sort of damage. With 3 Shieldfish online, 3 medkits. Granted, Polarize definitely going to have to use at least 1 or 2 of these, and with the vending here, though, at Pleasant Piazza, as long as it hasn't been fully depleted, they should have no issues with maintaining their white heals. Meanwhile, teams like Zooks and Bolts, they're just going to opt for their cash instead as a source for more loot and materials. And Zooks and Bolts, though, definitely looking relatively stacked for their mid-game.
Green Ritual continuing the key right now. What is going on? They're at 4 eliminations. They're at max material. They're like, you want to base up? You want to play this game slow? Sorry, buddy. Golden gets crossed out of the competition. That's 5 elims now. And this is what I mean by Green Ritual will be a team to contend for the FNCS title this season. They are coming for everyone this season. And now keying out Ozone here as well, deciding that they want to push this too. Lobby, though, not making it simple by any means as they get farmed for surge tags here, but
you know, Reed's annoyed.
Yeah, it just makes you really think about it, though. Like, what is going through Reed and Ritual's mind here?
They recognize the fact that Ozone likely a solo, considering that they haven't seen anybody else moving anywhere near him. So Reed,
well, they took out Golden, right? Like,
yeah, they really wanted to chase Ozone out. It's the fact that they came all the way back to Reckless Railways, and now they might even be opting for the disengage one more time. Actually going to look for a little bit more of that dead side rotation now. But curious to see what happens with Ozone. I don't know if he's going to be able to fully escape Reckless Railways at this rate.
Nobody in sight right now for the sniper. in play. Even Freeze not looking to peek outside the box, but a good update nonetheless. Now we jump back in with Day and Redux. Continuing to be highlighted all weekend long here throughout the broadcast. Redux and Day find themselves in this situation because of that game 1 second place that they picked up. You can't let it be lived down. It's just that close. And this is what they're thinking about every single time they queue in now, as they've been chasing that prestigious victory royale ever since.
In the words of Redux, it's all for the plot at this point. Can't worry about the woes of yesterday, because that top 25 is certainly what Day and Redux are gunning for today. And whether or not they're successful, only time will tell. But Revised Rocane, definitely a team that we've seen have moderate success. They're actually going to be based up here by Rift Island, and Beast, Jojo Fishy, seemingly a team that's also got their eyes on the duos that might have landed over at the Rift Island. But these teams that choose to hang out at the bottom of Rift Island, they get a little bit of elevation leverage in the boxes that they build, but also it's just, you can have the rifts for a quick rotate, which can definitely prevent some issues as far as getting too far out in Storm to where you feel like you can't actually get that ideal positioning. Rifting typically going to be able to help that process out pretty heavily.
I'm trying to figure out who signed off on this massive metal base this early outside the zone. I get it, the weapons cache was the target, but geez, that's a lot of metal. It's going to be much harder to recoup here as we start edging our way through. Surge is active now. All of the teams in the lobby have been given an update here on where they stand. Here's a team that shouldn't have any issue with Hitaka, though. We already know they are our elimination leaders so far here. They have Piggle and Jiven in sight. Jiven, hybrid creator, professional player. We've seen him continue to trend upwards season after season.
And for Jiven and Piggle too, it's exciting. Coached by Destiny's Jesus. Quick shout out to him, because his team, Jiven and Piggle, giving so much credit to their coaches' strategies as well. It'd be cool to see just how the coaches' strategical development plays out for that duo, though. Definitely got to be careful, knowing that it's in Ritual and Meet Them, but it's not like they're aware of that. It's Rise getting some nice shots into the backside. Quanti, Byla, now gonna have to opt to just drop down another layer here, so that's gonna be enough breathing room created for Iyamzo to get his shields back to full. Rise also needing to get a little bit of his white HP back online, but Quanti, Byla here inside of the Ruin Reels, this could be a big fight for them, because these are two teams that certainly could utilize a little bit more Surge tag damage. So wouldn't be surprised to see them maybe look to commit slightly harder to this rotate, but given the fact that Quanti's got the crash pad out, can't say that's going to happen anymore.
Yeah, I was just looking at the loadout for Quanti. I don't think he's really looking to entertain a close range fight like that. They were happy with the tags. They want to position themselves up to continue to farm longer range tags, and even this might be exactly what he needed. Yup, there it is, a shotgun to come out. So, hey, sometimes the stars just align, right? And things come together. New options start to become available for him. Back on over to Duke and Threats, who are below the surge here. Player in front of them, this is where, for every tag they miss, I mean, it feels really, really bad right here, especially when they're below the surge and they can see the clock ticking here as the zone's starting to close in.
But if it comes down to who can hold out who longer, Duke, Threats, they're realizing they don't want to get too far caught behind the rest of the lobby on these rotates. But Duke still making sure to look back. He's got solid control now. Noxie's movement's just so heavily restricted, and Duke with those tags managing to connect, now gonna be just above that damage threshold. Duke though, he's bold with the peaks. in a Reaper Sniper meta, Monster.
I was thinking the same thing. I'm just thinking like, dang, this dude's really trying to go toe-to-toe with the boxes out in the distance. Not just one, but 3 different walls getting fired at there. He's looking to really just throw darts and see what sticks. But all in all, you should be happy it wasn't clicks. Got his sniper primed and ready here. Still hunting for the shot right now.
And this is something, too, that Vivid also made a great point on, I believe, during one of the analyst segments on yesterday's show. It's that Clicks and Epic do seem a little dependent in terms of Clicks actually managing to connect with his Reaper Sniper shots. That's where a lot of this team's surge damage usually tends to come from. And they are hanging just above that damage threshold as well. But again, a lot of our big-name teams seemingly struggling with getting that damage as far above that damage threshold as they would like. Here's a team, though. Oh, let's see the turnaround. Yamzo, Rise. They've been putting in work since they were last spotted at Ruined Reels. And with players getting elimed, you can see their damage threshold just jumping, skyrocketing. Now it's all going to be a focus on positioning. So many boxes already built up on this hill, though. Yamzo going to choose to skirt by. Heads more towards that side front of zone. Does a great job getting there, too.
Yep. While that was happening, looks like Macwood fell. Blake now falls as well. Agers found himself an elimination. There goes the finishes. So a lot happening here. A lot of trades already exchanging here as the zones are starting to move over. We, of course, got the highlights on those as well. It's just non-stop for Re and Ritual here, who are looking to likely set an elimination record right now this early into the end game and already approaching their 8th elimination here. And we saw them pick up Macwood, and another team ends up finishing off Blake eventually too. Look at this. You look at the zone. Clicks and Epic Whale have continued to flex their ability to rotate, their ability to get into key positioning game after game, playing for high ground. I definitely like that we are seeing this type of playstyle come out of them, considering that all that matters right now is that you finish towards that top 25 for the grand final spot. So placement being key. It's one way to go about it.
Clicks and Epic, though, struggled a little bit as far as their tarping was concerned on high ground. And now, gonna opt actually to just maintain, staying in front of the lobby, jumping themselves to the front side of the next zone. Clicks now looking back, trying to get some shots onto Rise, but won't connect just yet. Instead, it's gonna be focus shift more towards some of the boxes. A lot of congestion building up now in these low ground layers, and keep in mind, low ground's last spotted. That's where we've been seeing Re and Ritual absolutely dominating. Clicks even opting to try and get a little piece of the action. Re Ritual now out in front of everyone else. But again, it's the low ground control, MDF, that I'm really trying to keep tabs on for these two, because if they can just continue building out, tarping out the entirety of the low ground, it's going to make things so much more difficult for some of these players that are just slightly further behind them, because if they drop even one layer, well, that's going to be Re and Ritual's builds. That's going to be all too easy for these two to collect, and we've seen how aggressive they're willing to be. They don't care about how far above the damage threshold they are. They will take every challenge at this rate.
Yeah, they just look like they're playing a different game at this point. Re and Ritual are a much different dimension, right? They have a newfound understanding of how to run this lobby here, and they're honestly determining the pace of the game, which is very, very impressive to do this late into the tournament stage, playing as if they don't have anything to fear as far as grand finals is concerned. And that level of confidence is just getting me more excited for them leaning into the grand finals at this point. But for now, there's still a lot to be achieved here for Agers and Kanata, who only have 2 eliminations. Not nearly on the run as some of the counterparts in this lobby. Aka and Pars in the same position as well. The zone ends up bouncing back. This is a difficult zone to play with. I don't think we've even highlighted that just yet. Things have taken a turn for the worse here as we've left the land masses and now have continued to essentially bounce back and forth. And you can tell that even Clix was having a hard time controlling the narrative here, controlling the high ground at that point, because they were well in ahead of all their competitions. And now look, found themselves in a tough spot to be in. And even with the grapple blade, Clix faces the fall damage there.
Definitely an unfortunate circumstance, but Epic will follow shortly after with no builds, no way to truly protect himself from the all-seeing eyes of Duke and Threats. But yeah, this zone pulling straight over the water. Don't think it could have been any more vicious. We thought the mountain pools were bad enough. But now Iyamzo trying to see if he can get this revive off onto Rise. Think he might get away with it. There's nobody else on secondary height with them. But Duke, Threats, they're doing everything they can to prevent this from following through, crushing there for Iyamzo as he's forced to abandon his rescue mission there onto Rise. Teams flying upwards, trying to challenge. Azers, Kanata, they've done enough. They knocked down Duke in the process, and now high ground completely switched over. It's Kanata, it's Azers, and they're the ones now dominating all these lower layers.
Look at this, finds a huge pickup there. The heals, the med kits, right? Everything that they need now to even play this one out for a victory from above. The grapple blade still replenished too. Baka and Pars have also just managed to turn online here as they find themselves at 4 eliminations, sliding across the outskirts. Baka gets caught though, unfortunately, and trapped up. Pars has to abandon him essentially here, but this is where Pars plays well. Piggle taken out there with a monster shot from Pars, and there's another solo behind this wall who might just face the same fate. Here it is. He's gonna swing around the wall. Low ground, finds himself another set of eliminations there too. The points adding up here. Ritual approaching 15 eliminations now. Make it 16, the count continuing to rise here. What is happening? And Ritual turn all of the tables against Azers, Kanata, and everyone else in the mix here, and then close the game out in just a completely different fashion.
Nah, Reed and Ritual are actually the main characters of lobby number 2. That was disgusting, though. We just see Reed and Ritual putting on a clinic, essentially, MDF. They were absolutely refusing to let anyone stay standing. If they had eyes on you, chances are you're going to get eliminated right after that.
We saw how aggressive they were playing just from the middle of the game, playing without a care in the world for what seemed to be the results of this game number 2, but it just showed you that they put all doubts aside and said, hey, let's just be the better team in this lobby, and they did just that. And again, this is a very, very difficult game, but you have to attribute all of the eliminations to their success, because there wasn't a single point where we felt like you looked at their loadout and they were that far behind considering the stage of the game that we were in. Even here, Ritual has over 600 mats in high ground, enough time to dance. Like they just had the whole game on lock.
They had complete control of the low ground for so long, MDF. I'm not surprised to see that eventual conversion into the high ground overtake. Ritual kind of just spotting out the fact that a lot of teams struggling to stay standing up above. But again, these zone pulls definitely pretty brutal for that one.
Well, listen, for sure, a near 20 elimination game. The pace is insane. Let's toss on over to Zeke and the company to get us caught up on that one.
Brother, yesterday we talked about Peterbot and Poyo. We thought, anyone more aggressive than them. I'm so sorry, Reed and Ritual, I totally forgot. I forgot that in week 1 you guys came out like 100 points for everyone else, and you just said, Zeke, well, did you forget? Why did you forget? My apologies. Putting the respect on the names. My gosh, 17 eliminations. Yeah, these guys, we'll see them in Grants. They'll be there.
Yeah, I was ready to give Ritual like MVP basically after last game, right? We talked about his clutch performance. Not only did he have to hit his snipe, then he had the solo clutch in the end game, get enough points, and then they go ahead and do this, and I'm just like, okay, well now he definitely deserves it in my opinion. But Kelly, the most impressive thing about the amount of eliminations that they got is that a majority of them, I think 7 to 8, ended up happening before like 7th or 8th zone, right? So they were getting a lot throughout the early and middle game. But then when you look at how many eliminations they had at zone 11, so the second to last zone, they still had 8. And they ended the game with, what was it, like 17? So they ended up finding 9 eliminations in like the last moving zone. They just completely cleared the lobby out. What a performance.
Yeah, by Zone 5, they had 5 eliminations and were 1,000 damage above Storm Surge, which definitely puts you into a state of confidence once you do reach the end game there. We saw some teams trying to grab some, and the dance, of course, the disrespect, but honestly, respectively, we got to put some honor onto the name of Ritual and Rewrite there. Absolutely deserve it, taking down the final elimination. And they did it in style. I don't think it's really much of a surprise. Game 1, getting 2nd place against Snacky and Possessed, now grabbing a 17 elimination victory royale. I think it's safe to say that they're moving on to the grand finals. I'm surprised that we actually saw it in day 3 and not in the earlier days, but this is what we saw from qualifier 1, and I hope that this is more what we can see in the grand finals next week.
Yeah, and honestly, a lot of their eliminations were coming down to how well they were actually able to position. Like we mentioned, they had most of these eliminations before the moving zones even started. But when it came to the moving zones, they positioned themselves well to maintain those materials. And a big help, a big contributing factor of that is going to be Forecast. They've been consistently getting it throughout this season, and that's why some of these games we're able to see them pop off so well. And here you see it. All of the eliminations just start flying in. They take out everybody, even able to claim the high ground by shooting Kanata and Agers out. Well done by them, Zeke.
I mean, also, look at their loadout. The mythic weapon, the legendary weapon, 2 med kits that he hasn't even touched, and that's just on Reet. We also know that they have that mythic SMG that they get from Railways, and that's probably on Ritual there. They were so prepared from the get-go and just controlled the rest of the lobby throughout the entire game. And one last time, give us the dance. Thank you, Ritual.
I don't even know. Did they place? There was very minimal builds placed toward the end. At the end there, they were just like, yeah, we just got to line up shots. Like, I know we have like 500 mats. We don't need any of it. We just need to put our shots down and we'll walk away with the PR. My goodness. Let's take a look at the standings. You know these guys are going to be sitting at the top in that #1 spot, but don't forget, we're looking to end the day in the top 25 to move straight on through to grand finals. Woo! Vivid, I'm bad at math, but that's a lot of points to be ahead. Looks like around 72. Oh my gosh, I did it, Vivid. I did it. Second place. Snacky and Possessed in there, 137. You know, Vivid.
Yeah.
There was a duo that I called out last time that you were like, nah, they're probably fine. Where are those guys? Where are those guys?
Who are you talking about, Acorn and Cold? Yeah, I mean, they're still fine. They're in 8th place right now as we continue to go through. Okay, hold up. 12th place here. I see you jiving, showing up. Already got 66 points with 1 more game left to play. A huge one for them as they jump up 36 placements. Now, Kelly, we got to turn to page #3 here. Let's point our attention towards 25th. 38 points. That right now is the cutoff for grand finals qualification.
Oh, and you know, I don't want to place any curses. Maybe this will be a caster bless, but I see Clicks and Epic Whale in 22nd place. Listen, usually when you talk positively about a duo, that's when you curse them. This isn't very positive, okay? So I'm trying to give them a blessing. I'm trying to give them everything we can to make sure that they make it into the grand finals. But looking at EU earlier on, it was just a 60-point cutoff to make it into the grand finals. Obviously, it might be a little different for NA, but I'm guessing it's going to be somewhere around that. So a lot of opportunity. It's literally half the lobby that moves forward to the grand finals. And then, of course, we still have the lower bracket as well. So again, chat, don't fret if your favorite duo doesn't make it right now. There's still more opportunity later.
Yeah, 1 more opportunity in the upper bracket. 1 more game left to do it. All the teams we see here, they will at least have a chance in the lower bracket later. But 1 more game to do it. 1 big game could do it, Zeke.
This is it, the final game of the upper bracket. Before we jump into 3 in the lower bracket, who will end in the top 25? Let's find out together. Casters, over to you.
Thanks so much, guys, and can't wait to see which top 25 actually managed to make it through in the upper bracket. But like Vivid so kindly broke down for us already, MDF, this is one of 2 possible chances that some of these teams have to try and qualify into grands.
Yeah, and it's going to be the easiest time to do it. Right here, right now, top 25. I mean, you saw what happens when you just set aside doubt and you go into full-on get in your bag, right? Villain mode. You can do big things. You can likely qualify off a singular monstrous game. As unlikely as it may be, but top 25 is that bar, is the threshold. Let's see what's going to happen. Here it is. We're going to jump in for game number 3 now.
Villain mode. Maybe somebody might look to overtake what Ritual just accomplished in match number 2, Monster, but as far as I'm concerned, you say villain, those two just look like they have an entirely different flow that they're working with. They're just moving so in sync with each other, and that's the kind of synergy that all these teams in these off-spawn battles are hoping to connect with. Mason and MPen look to tackle the challenge here now of winning out the battle at Fencing Fields. At the very least, certainly want to take that opportunity to try and secure the Mythic here as well as the Medallion.
Yeah, you can see Cove and Acorn being one of the few duels here as well at the southern portion of this. Nerface and Curly. Seems like they learned their lesson, pushing into the vault a little too soon, too shy. Likely still thinking about that snipe to the face that they took earlier. Let's see how they're going to end up approaching the situation.
I feel like when you're on the receiving end of a snipe like that too, you kind of have to have the memory of a goldfish. Like, you just don't want to remember that that ever took place. Meanwhile, just north of Grand Glacier, Tex saw a little bit of the... We caught the tail end of that celebratory off-spawn fight win. As Bilox and Tex will now have the luxury of being able to freely loot out their drop here at the rescue station. Definitely feeling pretty good, though, about having those early 2 eliminations. Convict and Vanillas. So many floppers for Vanillas. Could definitely go for a little bit more shields, though. Granted, we haven't seen exactly what Convict is working with, but Vanillas and Convict could potentially look to try and hold that team that's at the bottom of the hill from their drop. And just force Crackly and Joe into an engagement that could be really awkward from that elevation disadvantage.
Comes to rematch now. Edgy and Tavern here versus Golden. Not happy with the punishment. They're going to be the first to disengage a little bit lower, giving up the strong positioning here to the hands of Ozone and Golden, just to hit the little reset. But I think Edgy's spotted out there. Not quite sure he's going to be safe for much longer. Ozone picking up the signals here that they're... Edgy is behind the wall. And it's just going to be a matter of time now, I think, before they end up taking him out. But look at this. Use of cones to go ahead and break the entire structure down. All right. I like the big play. The fall damage comes in too, but Tavern, no protection needed here. Edits the cone, slides around. Nicely done. Both sides are hurt, but Edgy has to finish the deed off now. One tag is all it's going to take. Can he get it first? No shotgun, though. Playing it safe, trying to get that shotgun from his teammate, but no, misses the opportunity to find the tag. Edgy should have known better than that, and now pressure is really on here.
Reggie also probably wants to be careful.
What a great shield breaker there.
That's the perfect connection. That's exactly what Ozone was hoping wouldn't happen. Edgy still having 2 of those shield breaking MPs. Granted, not gonna have as much effect now that Ozone has fully lost his shield. Ozone, though, and Edgy, just a little bit of a standoff here. Ozone trying to look for an opportunity to heal. Edgy nearly getting the better end of Ozone for that, too. Almost had the most punishing edit instead. Edgy still looking down on Ozone, trying to take out these stairs. But again, the war of attrition is going to be the primary issue here, as Edgy now down to only 3 builds. Have to imagine that Ozone also looking incredibly low on builds, if not out already. Edgy again, trying to force Ozone into a bad position, and will finally get the overhead jump on him. That's gonna be Edgy with the finish. Golden and Ozone now taken out, and with the reboot ban directly next to Edgy, he'll get Tavern back in this one, no problem.
You gotta love the respect from both sides. A high tier play between two exceptional players, Babaka, Pars. Back to the drop. Same side, beachfront. Just winning it. Gets themselves a nice set of eliminations there once again. Just padding the point threshold. Making sure that they are ever that much closer now to the grand finals here of a top 25 placing day. Convict and Vanillas, we already knew that their drop spot was contested. Seems like the Troubles were worth a singular elimination, and now they're just waiting things out, trying to see if they can weather the storm here.
Noxie and Chris, though, caught in the elimination feed not too long ago. That one elim that they have so far, that was on to Tahi. So somewhere near this area of Classy Courts, there's got to be a rogue scented. Have to imagine he's that lone player off a little bit east from where Noxie and Crisp are currently at here at Classy Courts. But that one elimination, that's basically all Noxie and Crisp are really after. They know, got a little bit of damage online. Don't want to spend too much time this far away from the zone. Got to start making that rotate now. Working their way down from the north side, though. They're definitely going to have some elevation that they can try and utilize. We're looking for tags on players that might be a little bit more west or east of their current location.
And if you're Clix and Epic Whale, I mean, pressure is on right now. Sitting in 22nd place when you load into this game. They've gotten a set of eliminations, though. That's big here. So cleaning up house at the Lavish Lair. We know they've been contested here. And if there was a game for them to finish it quickly, it would be this one. This is the one that matters most now. Before we go into, again, evaluating the point thresholds and then gearing up a new lobby, spinning up a new lobby for the last 3 games of the lower bracket teams. Acorn Crackley continue the fight here at the fencing field. We had 6 players land here. Crackley not being one of them, but rotates in. So Acorn and Cold haven't gotten a break just yet, and you can see that their material count is flexing just that story, right? This is the material count of a team that has been pretty much in place for quite some time.
But what I like that they're doing for the time being, you saw Cold. He's got a little bit of elevation based up inside of fencing fields, and Acorn has actually been sent on like the materials farm mission. I love that coverage that Cole was able to provide when Acorn nearly stumbled upon a couple of players at fencing that were looking to try and see if they could get a possible knock or elimination onto Acorn. Cole instantaneously shuts it down by reminding everybody that Acorn's Cold. They've got more than enough accuracy to shut down a team that might be looking for a little bit too ambitious as far as 2v1 challenges are concerned.
You see TK and Bacon just putting a couple shots down on the team looking to flank them, and all of a sudden everyone disengages. No one wants to take a fair fight here. Things settle down here in the center of the map for now.
It's personal with these bushes at times.
Yamzo Rise find Acorn in the feed. Quick finish. The full elimination there.
That's definitely going to make things tough as well. All things considered. Definitely indicates that nothing has truly been decided as far as who's in control exactly at the fencing fields. When a team like Yamzo and Rise able to play such a heavy disruptor, but Clix Epic seems like they're about to encounter a little bit of a skirmish here. But yeah, Cold without Acorn now. Thought that he would be able to keep that protective coverage over Acorn, but Acorn straying just a little bit too far into the wrong hands. Yamzo Rise able to make that approach from that east side of fencing fields coming out of Little Villa area. And now Cold, the real issue that he's encountering is that it's definitely early enough he could look for the reboot card, but the problem is just making it there.
trying to see if Duke might have had the same problem as Cole did, but no, he still has threats. They are very much healthy. Long ways from their drop, though. Sitting in between Jiven and Piggle, who had absurd game number 2. Likely positioned themselves to be inside the top 25 already. But this is how you want to play this out right here. Slow, steady, edge your way towards end game here. More importantly, playing these bushes with the sniper definitely isn't a bad play by any means. One of the more popular ones of choice. Their subscript and freeze. Shots are coming in, so pressure's on right here, and they have the storm to worry about, so it's not going to be long before they have to crash that out of here.
I mean, it's definitely fortunate that they have these crash pads and the Flowberry Fizz because they've got a lot of ground to cover. They certainly want to try and clear the team that was taking shots at them. Now they've managed to be the ones to pull ahead. That's going to also force the team that was shooting at Sus and Freeze. Now they have to make their rotate because if they stay any longer outside the zone, it could be Sus and Freeze who actually look for the turnaround in terms of trying to hold that duo at edge of zone.
And again, keep in mind the idea is you use the ability, the passive effect from that Flowberry Fizz to really send you flying on crash pads or launch pads. So wait for them to like truly disengage there and turn that otherwise bad situation into a great rotate. For NPen and Mason though, we go from highlight snipes in game 2 to being parked up still at the fencing field, so the zones have more or less favored them here. While this is all happening though, there are more fights happening everywhere. Ritual continuing the fight, continuing the pressure. Into the box they goes, and man, they just make it look too easy for some.
There's just nowhere left for Pilot to look in that circumstance. He's got Reet and Ritual just directly charging into his box. One in front, one behind. Truly nowhere left to run. And that kind of engagement is now Ritual, Reet. They're just going to keep the aggression going as well. Ritual spotting out Tex. Slightly seeming as though he wants to try and maintain that line of sight here, but will opt to regroup with Reet for the time being. They've got the crash pads. Could definitely get some good ground coverage if they so choose, and that does seem to be the intention here. Ritual will be the first to move. Spotting out some boxes down below though, but it might be these boxes that Ritual's willing to take the fight with. Even on his lonesome, he knows that he's gonna have Reet closely behind, and it's over the cache as well. That is the real priority here for Reet and Ritual. Where a cache is, there'll be another team usually, and Reet, Ritual, they just want the extra points, the extra eliminations, even if they don't need them. It's about sending a message sometimes, as Reet will be the first one to find a knock here onto Tex. Now looking for the ultimate collapse onto Bylox, who's just trying to squirm through these builds, but with no shields, nowhere left to run. Closing in, no problem here. There's Reet and Ritual now at 4 eliminations. Reet gonna pass off the medallion as well to Ritual, just to get the freebie shield regen back up to 50.
I'm telling you, man, we're just getting that Air Force energy out of Reet right now, like classic original W key. Just, you know what I mean? Tournament day, no pressure. He's even in his, you know, his original iconic fits, right? Just for the occasion, showing off for the live. I mean, you love to see it.
Can't help but feel though for Day and Redux, but it's actually gonna be Baka and Pars. We're in a whole world of hurt here. Baka tries to get the bot flopper off in time, just not gonna be enough. Took too much damage in that final zone tick, even if low. It's gonna be more than enough to get the job done. An unfortunate close there for Baka and Pars, but likely we saw them towards that top 10 of the leaderboard. Likely still enough points to maintain that top 25 threshold.
And they were farming eliminations. Remember, they did get at least 2 that we know of off the drop, so it's not like a zero-sum game. And what are Elam's worth? 8 points, right? Or 4 points
4
each,
points
so
apiece.
For them to at least get 2, that, I mean, that's not bad. I think that surely keeps them in track for top 25.
You'd have to think as much. Either way, I'm sure those two likely not sweating it. Yeah, and you can see leaderboard points popping up there. Top right corner.
Oh, yeah.
Baka, Pars, definitely chilling. And once you've qualified Grands, I mean, at that point, can't be bothered finding yourself with an early exit from this final lobby here in the upper bracket. This Ritual, he does lose read, so their aggression has finally been punished by the likes of Piggle and Jiven, but Piggle will pay the cost with his life. Jiven, though, still up and running. Looks like Jiven actually got the better end of Edge here. Now looking to tackle Nexies. Jiven doing an excellent job holding his own. But you gotta be careful. He's got Ritual looking to try and make this aggressive charge. Jiven again coming up big here with some of these frenzy auto shots.
Yeah, I think Ritual jumps in just for the reboot card. He gets the medallion as well, but now look, 2 teams are gonna dive onto Ritual. Okay, so that's about wraps as Jiven now has to play the savior right now. He's also done enough for the time being. Let's just watch that back. How did this all play out? We saw the exchanges, but you might be wondering how it actually started. It was onto Edge. He walks in, doesn't recognize that Jiven's behind that wall there.
Almost looked like a little bit of a medkit trap there that Jiven might have potentially set up. Regardless, unfortunate for Jiven that Edge was able to be picked back up by his duo there. So unfortunately, Nexi saving the day and preventing those 4 points to be added to Jiven and Piggle's scoring overall. But again, as long as Jiven is alive, their shot at maintaining, staying inside of the top 25, looking very good here. Although I am a little bit concerned, given that we last saw his positioning directly next to Duke and Threats. So best of luck to him with that one, but Clicks Epic, they're gearing up for a crash pad rotate with Flowberry Fizz. One more time though, when you go skyrocketing through the air like that, bound to draw the attention of someone, and right now it's players over at the Rift Island. Caught a glimpse of Clicks and Epic on that rotate. No shots though, really managing to connect just yet, so Clicks Epic probably feeling pretty good here. Just outside edge of zone, and likely making sure the coast is clear before fully pushing in. Might have some teams behind them as well that they can look to farm a little bit of surge damage off of since they got ahead with their positioning.
This is a quite the congested fields right now. His teams have found themselves positioned a little too far north here. Rokan and Revise right now below the surge. Plenty of options to choose from. But up first might be the NA Malabuka, who's in the builds to the north there with Havoc. Little name change here coming into day 2.
Rokan and Revise though, kind of just lurking in the shadows here. Revise though will get paid for that ninja tactic. Nice knock to start things off. And that's gonna be Aiden taken down by Revised. Now Revised Rokan feeling comfortable, but trying to get those grapple blades, pushing forward. And the zone here at Fencing Fields though, relatively flat area, Monster. It's gonna be rather exposing for some of these teams as soon as they start pulling out of that Fencing Fields location. Something to keep in mind, seeing which teams actually have a little bit of elevation working in their favor here is Cold Acorn, not on the high ground, but definitely in a safe enough position. Cold just trying to keep an eye out for any sort of damage application opportunity.
I like the spot that they're in. They're on the edge though. Teams are gonna have to push just a little further to them. What do we have here? the heavy congested position. Surge is also active. You can see teams in front just getting lit up right now. Def and Polarized likely too far to catch audio cues from this, but look at this. They've also had quite a troublesome game as he doesn't have any heals to work with here. So what's at the top of the mine is definitely damage, but also making their way to safety here shortly. And there, can't sit idle for too long. They should have known that it was going to be this way. And the Quang jumps down. What just happened? Where do you think you were going, buddy?
Oh, that's tough though for Death. Probably recognized it on his way out. Doesn't get an opportunity to pick up that med kit and is still just barely holding on though with that elimination. Slightly above that damage threshold for the time being, but Death still just having to expend all of his materials. Unfortunately enough though, grapples one box too far. TK and Bacon gonna take full advantage of Death getting isolated from Polarized. And now it's up to Polarized. See if he can pull this one through for the duo. This is a really tough spot to be in though, MDF. He's got a body of water in front of him if he chooses to try and cross. No mobility either here for Polarized, so he's gonna be fully exposed or having to expend practically all of his mats if he wants to tarp his way through safety. Maybe he can look for somebody else's crash pad on a recycle, or he can just opt for a refresh entirely. It's Polarized.
This is crazy.
Actually going back into the thick of the action here.
Yeah, if you have a window open, I mean, Polarized put it all out there. You might be wondering, why would he go to such extent? Top 25 is all that matters here for these first 3 games. After this, we're going to be jumping into a fresh bracket where top 15 will be the cutoff. So you want to do it here and now. You have to pull the plays out. You only have one more opportunity to do it, essentially, before the break. And for Polarized, I mean, he really did put it all on the table. You have to respect it. Looking like a madman hopping around the battlefield there for a second, but here we have it. Epic Whale Clicks are one step closer now to solidifying their positioning. They came in 22nd place. Fingers crossed for Clicks and Epic Whale to continue to survive until placement gets divvied out. We are just now at the top 25, but 15th, 10th place or so is really where you want to get to for the points start to reflect heavily.
And the main thing here for Vanillas and Convict, rotate certainly not the ideal one, just having to expend practically all of their hearts. Vanilla is stuck now, trying to maneuver with these wood builds. Lost Convict in the process as well, but still managing to hang in there. Every little bit counts. You never know. Another team might fall before you. Just boost that placement all the higher. Already 8 points as well off the 2 eliminations that Convict was able to secure earlier on. Vanillas, though, directly above Clicks and Epic. Just trying to stay silent. Trying to stay more towards that backside of the zone. Probably going to keep hanging around these low ground layers. Macwood and Blake, on the other hand, right now they've got the height overview. As we approach, there's moving zone. Macwood, Blake, still trying to keep things going. And nice rotate off of the flow berries. So Blake and Macwood seemingly like they're going to be able to maintain their height leverage here. Rokane revives though, definitely encountering a spot of trouble here. It's Rokane, 1 HP, 50 shield, but at least 2 eliminations in tow for this duo. Clicks though, and Epic.
Whoa,
challenging Blake.
Big knock right there in the full finish. And no, not the emote. Oh no. The homie, the friend. The Texans going head to head essentially right there. You hate to see it. Rokane now though, underneath the surge, the damage has been done. Can he get the oh yes, he can get the mini off in time, but that was the last one there. A couple players have to go down here or tag, but no, it's not gonna be enough. He gets finished instead. Vanilla's still in the game here. Gets his knock onto Jivid. There it is. The finish. Down they both go. Inside the top 20 though, so I think Jivid fans might be pretty happy there. He might have done just enough.
Jiven and Pickle were already looking pretty set for that top 25 because of their game 2 performance. Jiven just did his best to try and solo clutch as many points as possible. Mason and Npen in this mid-ground layers, though. Decent amount of chaos breaking out here. Mason, final shield potion will be opted to be used. Just now, again, once the wood starts coming out, MDF, it just seems like that's the encouragement the lobby needs. But big shots here from Mason. Nice elimination onto 0. Might have been enough. A few more builds in hand now for Mason as he drops the ultimate low. Mason and Npen, though, still working as a duo. 6 eliminations is some fatty points already accrued. And now Mason gonna opt for an earlier med kit. Zone tick damage, Storm causing a little bit of issues here, but again.
Wait, no way. Day is alive right now. We've been waiting for this all weekend long for him to get this moment once again to play for a big endgame, a huge elimination here. That's a top 10 and a 4-point elimination swing, of course. Meanwhile, high ground, very, very nicely held here by Clix and Epic Whale, who have 6 eliminations, win conditions in hand, and they're setting themselves up to go ahead and punch their way straight to grand finals. It has been done. For others, though, the fight continues on. The edging towards top 25 is in question here.
Impressive stuff, though, from Rise, that he's still managing to stay standing tall here, working in a bit of shambles situation, but again, doing everything at once here. Gonna drop another layer, spotting out some players, some solos running around this low ground. Rise wants to see if he can try and get the attack going on today. Just needs a little opening, but Day slightly quicker with it.
Day might have just punched his way to the grand finals, by the way. Out of nowhere, 52-point game, just like that. And Tavern might have too as well. A second place is nothing to be upset about. Clix jumps down, the drop quick, the swift justice, and finishes off the game with the win there for 7 eliminations alongside the GOAT Epic Will as well. What a grand finals we're starting to gear ourselves up for.
It's looking like an exciting grand finals. I mean, they're always exciting, don't get me wrong, but the script does continue to impress. Want to give a big shout out to Kelly for her encouragement. You almost want to believe that Clix and Epic, you know, they might have heard that little bit at the start, and Kelly had the right mentality there. She's just like, hey, you don't want to jinx them by saying they're going to do great, so now we're going to question the performance, and what do they deliver? A victory royale. It doesn't get better than that.
Kelly knows that her deep NA West roots never fail her, especially when it comes down to putting one on Epic Whale, if you will. Well played for Epic Whale and Clix there, and also Clix giving us the show. Let's not forget he hit the wonderful emote onto Blake. We love to see it.
Yeah, you know it had to be an exclusive performance there for Blake. Clix was never going to let him get away with that one, but impressive stuff coming out of that duo. But they're not the only ones that were looking for a top-tier performance here, MDF. It's that top 25 that we got our eyes on. So, Zeke, Vivid, Kelly, what's that leaderboard looking like?
We'll have that for you guys in just a second. First, Clix, Epic Whale. They get themselves the victory royale. I don't know what Kelly has discovered, but she's discovered the reverse caster curse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Congrats, Kelly. You did it. You made this happen.
See, again, you curse someone when you talk positively about them. So when you're judgmental and negative, that's when they do well. No, I'm kidding. Everyone knew that Clix and Epic
That's
Well
what you
were
say about me a
incredible
lot, huh?
competitors. That's, yeah, pretty much. But yeah, congratulations to them. They absolutely deserved it. They held height with really confidently, like we heard MDF saying. And then, of course, Epic Whale kind of sitting in the middle, like second height, which allowed him to control the lower side of the lobby. I love this steal that Clix had against Macwood and Blake there. It was just all around great performance from this duo.
I'm going to say it. I'm going to sum it up with one word right here. Finally, Clix and Epic Whale get the higher ground, they fight for it, and they win the game from it after successfully taking it, successfully holding it. I feel like we must have seen them up there 6, 7, 8, 20, 50, 100 times throughout the course of this weekend, and it just seemed like every single time they just barely came up short. Maybe it was a practice, maybe it was a couple of VOD reviews that helped them solidify the strategy, fix it up a little bit. But in the last game of the uppers, they go ahead and get that victory royale, and surely they have enough points to go straight into grand finals.
They were sitting just at the edge, right? It was like 22nd place going to that game. So I feel like they're more than good as we get ready to look at our final standings of the upper bracket. Now, do keep in mind, if your favorite duo is not doing well, maybe they make it outside that top 25. We still have the lower bracket, so no worries.
Ooh.
Jumping up 20 places, Clicks and Epic Whale jump up. And now they're good. That's it. We can take a look at this top 10 right here. Reet and Ritual, not surprised. Almost 100 points. Not exactly that. I can't do that quick math, so I won't try. But look at this. Just the top 10. This is basically a grand finals lobby in itself.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and, you know, we saw some big names right there. But oh my gosh, Kelly, 14th place. Listen, they had the support of the community. I was seeing the chat go absolutely crazy for them. It's going to be Jiven and Pigo. Jiven's so funny. Let me read you what he kind of describes himself as on socials. He just says, vibin', competitive Fortnite content, and Fortnite map creator. And I can already see the script for his next video. It's going to be like, how I qualified for FNCS finals. It's going to be like, oh, by playing my own maps or something like that. I'm watching you, Jiven, but yeah, congratulations to everybody so far. But Kelly, we got a couple more spots to give away. Top 25.
Ooh, and there you have it. 58 points was the cutoff, and we have Death and Polaroids just barely making it out in 24th place. Of course, Neko and Zavi there grabbing the final slot from our upper bracket. But there's some names that I can see. Poppy Blast, Raise Higher, a few teams in our lower half that didn't make it through, but they still have a chance.
Yeah, and I really quickly wanted to highlight the team in 15th. NPen jumped up 18 places in that final moment. So finding the last game saying, you know what, we need to make top 25. We're going to make it happen right here and right now. So they will secure themselves a spot going to grand finals. But the day is not done. Now we have to start thinking about the lower bracket. We'll have 3 new games and 25 duos coming in from yesterday's lower bracket. And that window, much smaller. We're not looking at top 25. It's just top 15, Vivid.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot tougher, right? All of the teams that kind of just played right now, they surely got to switch something up, right? Like clearly, if you didn't jump into the top 25 throughout these upper rounds, then something, a little bit of a strategy. You do have a little bit of downtime to VOD review. Maybe some stuff went wrong, but then everybody coming in from lowers as well, they're going to be fresh. They surely were watching these games, kind of seeing what the meta looked like. Kelly, do you think the lower teams have the advantage, or the teams that just played right now in the uppers kind of have the advantage?
I definitely think that there's advantages to both of them. Getting practice in is always beneficial, especially when you kind of get to reset before you go through another 3 games. However, getting to watch these duos, getting to see the drop map, I'm sure a few of them are going to be like looking at the drop map, what teams have already left their like preferred POIs and what they're going to be having available now is definitely going to be beneficial to them too. So I think it can kind of work both ways depending on how these teams handle it.
Yeah, that's interesting, right? We just played 3 matches. We've kind of gotten this tempo of what our game plan looks like, and then suddenly we just change everything, right? With 25 new duos coming in, are we suddenly being contested? We were just contested. Now maybe there's no one there, right? This is going to be a pretty big change for these players. So the question is, how do they keep that consistency up? Now, for now, we are going to go to a break as we start to prep the battle blast for the lower bracket. After that, though, we come back 3 final games before we know the final list of players going into grand finals. So we'll see you guys real soon.
I'm so exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got a power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, a tower. I don't care when the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in the stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay. Energy, energy, energy. Honey, that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. Honey, that. Been here, done that. You wanna know what we came for? Been here, done that. You wanna know what we came for? Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the FNCS. We just watched the upper bracket and 25 duos moved on to the grand finals, but there's still 15 spots available, and now we find ourselves in the lower bracket. The competition is just that much harder and the window that much smaller. Joining us again, of course, is Vivid and Kelly. We'll be talking about these games. We watched the upper bracket games be absolutely crazy. How do you guys think the lower bracket games fare?
I would expect pretty similar. I mean, Reet and Ritual definitely made a statement. That's going to be a hard one to kind of live up to follow up a performance like that. But I think, Kelly, I think the thing that we both were excited to see is that there was some, what seemed like some foundation to like high ground and low ground, right? It seemed like teams were able to kind of go for those things a little bit more objectively rather than it kind of just being an all-out brawl.
Listen, as much as I and everyone loves the heal off meta, it was nice to see these end games coming down to 2v2s, 1v1s. Who's the better fragger? That's what I want to see when it comes down to a Fortnite competition, and we definitely got that today in the upper bracket. I think the lower bracket, we're going to see more of the same and possibly a little bit more chaotic.
Chaos, my favorite thing in the world. Well, let's take a look at our lobby list, how different things will be. So remember, we have 25 duos who fell down from the upper bracket. So some of these names you look and you're like, right, I watched them compete earlier, but the 25 new duos stepping up to the plate, this is just going to spell more chaos for the lobby, right? Because if they had a plan going into the upper bracket with 25 brand new duos, it just changes all your plans.
Yeah, like a couple of the names that I already see returning to the games here is going to be Blake and Macwood, Rokane, and Revise, right? So the experience is there for these duos. So they're going to be kind of used to how these are playing out. And, you know, Kelly, I know that we also have another list here. I'm going to be looking for one specific duo, though. Let me scan here. Let me try to find them. I'm pretty sure Asian Jeff and Oliver OG are somewhere on here. There they are, top right.
Top right.
I'm excited to see them compete here.
I was concerned for a second that we weren't going to see their name. Of course, we also have Visuals and Braids, Bryce and Chubbs, Shadow and Walkers, a lot of big names making their way through. And again, it's going to be exciting to watch these games. Obviously, it's not going to be as many duos as we saw from the upper bracket moving through. That was 25 duos. Now it's just going to be the top 15, which means that it's going to be that much more contentious.
Yeah, 100%. Now, of course, you know, we have a bunch of objectives around the map that were kind of going a certain way throughout those games that we saw earlier on today. The big question, Zeke, is going to be, all right, well, now who's going to claim them, right? Because we have a whole different lobby kind of set up for these next 3 games. We got the mythic POIs to worry about, the forecast towers, all sorts of different things that is just going to change up and make it oh so more exciting.
That's right. More chaos, of course. Why don't we take a look at this format? So obviously we only have 3 games left to go. We kind of touched on it a little bit, but hey, top 15 will be who's on to the grand finals. If your stress levels are through the roof, you and I are in the same boat. Please paddle for me. I would just like to sit here and cry about it. But as we watched from the first 3 games, I mean, where did we, Vivid, you're good with numbers. I'm really bad with numbers. Where did we end in the top 25 earlier? It was like 60 points, right?
Yeah. I think it was 58 points was top 25. So getting up to top 15 is going to be a lot more points. If memory serves me correctly, I think it was around 90 on EU, I want to say. Don't take my word for that, but definitely going to be higher, right? So you have to perform consistently throughout. Even like one good pop-off game, right? That's like barely even enough. So you really do have to have at least 2-3 good games throughout these 3 games that we'll play here today to make sure sure that you get into grand finals. Remember, that's what we're playing for, grand finals next weekend. Top 15, this is your last chance.
Yeah, I definitely think we're going to see a lot of the same from the upper bracket. We're going to see teams prioritizing those objectives early on, whether that's from a Mythic POI or going for those forecast towers. Obviously, caches are very important as well because they give you those much needed heals and metal too. And then, of course, we're going to see probably some high ground contention, but not as much as what we saw from days 1 and 2. I'm excited to see what teams are going to be fighting for the high ground, if we're going to see teams from the earlier games didn't really succeed, and if they're going to go for it again.
Yeah, and before we jump into the games, really I think all everybody wants to see is just some fun, right? We saw Clicks having some fun, Ritual having some fun with some emotes in that last game from the upper bracket. Let's see more of that.
Yeah, you guys can have fun. I'll just continue to stress. Anyway, it's time. 3 games, top 15. Here we go. These are your casters. It's Monster D-Face and the Best Taco.
Appreciate it so much, Zeke and the gang, but fun might be a little bit more difficult to come by here, MDF, because all of these teams that are competing currently in these 3 matches of the lower bracket, game number 1, ready to pop off. And again, not sure how much fun realistically some of these teams are going to be able to capture, knowing that this is their final 3 lobby opportunity. You have to be in that top 15 or else your FNCS is over.
Yeah, things just got real, right? The difficulty bar jumping a significant amount. If you didn't do it in your first 3 games out of the upper bracket, well, obviously this is it. Playtime's over. It's down to the wire. For those that just have their last chances now, a redemption opportunity here as we clean the slate essentially. And even then, for the first game here, pressure couldn't be more real for these opponents here.
And just look at the diversity spreading across the map currently. Some teams choosing to shift into drops that they hadn't originally chosen. The real question I'm wondering is how studied some of these switched up routes actually are for a good portion of our lobby here. If they have made changes to their initial drop. And a handful of teams also looking to get the benefits. Some coaching opportunities coming in at the last minute, I know. Pilot and Jack, coached by Hen and Vano over from EU. Those guys staying up real late to try and help out a couple of friends, see if they can get that qual online.
Yeah, it's part of the fun of the Fortnite community. You definitely see professional players band together, mix things up, put their knowledge to the test, right? It's one of the fun parts about being fully invested in. Well, let's take a look at this fight here. This is the first time we actually get to watch this fight early on from the perspective of Crackley and Joe. I like what's starting to go down right here. Crackley's going to initiate the battle, feeling much more confident. He's got a good amount of builds as well. He's going to get the better half of the exchange here with the first tags going in to his favor.
Pix and Stacky definitely under a fair amount of pressure right now. Crackley, Joe, seemingly better positioning for the time being. Joe might be opting to look for a little bit more materials before he chooses to try and rejoin this engagement. Crackley now gonna go layer up, rejoin with Joe. But again, it's really just about how long can you extend these engagements if you only have 5 builds. But at the same time, you want to make sure that you push this other duo off of your drop, so that way you can not only gather whatever resources they'd managed to take away from you in that instance, but get that nice elimination damage online too.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking more like, you just played 3 games and clearly top 25 was hard to achieve being contested, right? Like, now that you have to get top 15, what makes you think it's going to go any better should you take these early game battles, right? Especially if you're Crackley and Joe. So I want to see adjustments being made here. Like, this is the final chances now. And for a top 15, you actually have to do pretty good in both games, at least 2 of the 3, in my opinion, in order to be up towards the top.
Yeah, for Pilot and Jack, this is no romantic stroll on the beach side. It's Aaron and Chance looking to play spoiler here for Fila and Jack. Chance actually going to get chased with the launch pad now, refusing to let Fila escape for free. This is going to be a little bit of a time sink, though, depending on how long it takes for Chance to actually catch up to Fila. He's gone quite a ways from his initial landing spot, but again, when teams are all contesting each other, this is likely just Chance and Aaron trying to set a tone for how they expect this early game fight to actually break down. And they've made it all the way to the Marigold. That's quite a long rotate at this point just to try and follow up on Fila. Now Aaron gonna look to provide some additional shots here. Shield's getting incredibly low for Fila. One more shot. That's all it's gonna take. And yeah, that's gonna be Aaron getting credit with that secondary elimination there. A little bit tragic since we just mentioned, or since I just mentioned, Fila and Jack, you know, they've got some of EU's best minds trying to help them out, but hey, just gotta shake it off and go again next.
Yeah, I'm more surprised they didn't come across another team that entire time. You know, normally you find some other resistance on a long chase like that, and that'll, you know, deter the teams from really committing and maybe making a second or separate decision. But GG's nonetheless. Here we have a fight that already broke out, played its course. Rokane and Revise are going to be the winners of one, but Shadow and Walkers now want a piece of this as they're coming in, sitting on the sidelines now. And this is one of those things too, right? Some teams are coming in with a fresh mentality where, you know, Rokane and Revise, they already played their hand, had a little bit of time to reset, recalibrate. So anything can truly happen in these next 3 games.
It's also interesting to know, Rokane and Revise seemingly adjusting their drop strategy as well, likely because they wanted to try and challenge Walkers and Shadow for the forecast tower. But instead, seems as though that might just go in favor of Walkers and Shadow based on how they're able to box up around that structure. Same mentality here for Creon and Ignale. So we've got a couple of teams with established forecasts now online. Definitely going to be a massive help just having that guaranteed visual of all future zones for the duration of this game. Because again, with only 3 lobbies to work with, MDF, getting off to a hot start in the first one, that could be all it takes to solidify your place in that top 15.
Yeah, definitely. I think the momentum's going to really determine a lot for some teams here today. Vorteca Sigma sitting still for the time being as they consider the loot they're sitting on. Not worth abandoning just yet. Other teams still listening nearby. A little late to the rotate. Maybe, honestly, interfering on what would have been their second elimination pickup. Bryson Chubbs also joining here as we jump into the lower bracket. The back 3 games here of the day. Fresh lobby, fresh roster here. 25 have already moved on, solidified their grand final spots.
And things can kind of work both ways, too. For those teams that already got to participate in the upper bracket for those 3 matches earlier on today, you want to think they've got a little bit of warm-up at least involved. But for the other half of this lobby, players, teams like Encrypted and Ducky forced to wait on the sidelines until it's their chance to shine. And they know they only have those very limited 15 spots to try and work their way into. It can definitely be tough, both for the teams that have already been playing. You want to make sure that your mental isn't too heavily impacted by not finding yourself in that top 25, because again, you can't really expect things to always go perfectly. But Dragon here caught up by Braids, but it's actually Braids who's going to be forced to try and back out this narrow hallway. Dragon, really good control inside of the Lavish Lair.
This is interesting. Dragon and Chris went from, you know, being contested against Clicks and Epic Whale, and now they have Visuals and Braze deciding to kind of step into their territory a little early here in this first game. These are all teams that are familiar with, of course, the format on the day, coming fresh out of the last 3. They're clearly not performing good enough to make it to grand finals just yet. Tahi and Senton in that same conversation as well. And we see some life from them here today.
Well, one thing that's certainly bound to get them started off with a decent mid-game is the fact that they're looking to confirm this cache currently. Definitely not the only teams stuck with engagements, though. Raze, nice knock onto Flexi. That's going to be a full-piece finish. 3 eliminations now here for Raze and Higher as they keep their charge, pushing forward. They want Flexi's teammate Haji doing what he can to try and escape. Just barely managing to get the slip to Raze and Higher for the time being. But again, Haji won't be able to get knocked just yet.
Spotted him. Oh my gosh, and a clean tag right there. I wonder if Higher and Raze are feeling like keying might be the solution to their game. Get it in and get out. Or if these eliminations just land on their lap. Either way, it's looking pretty good for them right now as they have plenty of spoils to choose from here. A lot of old builds to chill out in as well as the zone has continued to favor them. Asian Jeff and Oliver OG looking pretty good as well as they secure themselves a cashway here at the railway. Zone couldn't be better for them either. They can just continue to move out here shortly afterwards. Good spot for prime surge tags here for the time being.
Asian Jeff and Oliver probably don't want to be peeking from the same wall, though, just in case. We have seen how devastating one Reaper Sniper headshot can be for a duo. But again, I'm right there with you. Definitely like the mentality there. They got the cash, they've got materials and resources. All they need now is to just get those surge tags online. And being up on a point in elevation, there are the Reckless Railways, where you know you're going to have a lot of foot traffic going around that area. Should be a little bit easier for them to come by that damage, but definitely a bit of a development here for Oliver OG and Asian Jeff. 2 separate duos in the direct vicinity to them. But not...
Man, we knew they wanted to fight, right? But I didn't think they were going to jump on a box like this, especially this soon in the game. So G-Money and Diego clearly were already in the fight with the team. Oliver OG and Asian Jeff try to time the entrance here. And I mean, they're here for sure, but now they force themselves into a bit of a stalemate where, as we know, anything can happen. One false move and all of a sudden this duo's on your backs, right? And then things just go really south from there. So Asian Jeff and Oliver OG not taking a more dominant position, maybe from the top down, I'm a little concerned about. But here they go. They are likely to start getting a move on here.
Good approach from Oliver to apply some pressure onto Vilox from above. Asian Jeff as well, looking for some shots from a little bit of a spaced out distance, but Asian Jeff will again fall back to their low ground builds. Him and Oliver had established earlier on, but not every single one of these boxes belongs to them. Asian Jeff knows that as well. He's mostly trying to control things off this left-hand side of these pre-builds. Vilox as well. I was talking about a couple of duos in the area, but Vilox all by his lonesome. Diego plays as well on the hunt here. As Walker's in shadow. Strolling next to some old bases. Definitely wary of the fact that there's bound to be some players possibly lurking in the bushes. So they're gonna opt for the low ground approach here. Might as well use the natural terrain to avoid taking shots.
Yeah, no teams in sight either. They're gonna have a good time getting to their next positioning. Jump on over to the recently spawned Rift Island and have the Hispanic boys up top. Krizix and Dragonell. There's a team here. This is not a completely free Rift Island, or actually they might just be below them, so they have this entirety to themselves at the moment.
It's definitely loot that Krizix and Dragon need too, by the looks of things. They're not completely horrible as far as their loot is concerned, but the capture point gonna provide some nice little goodies that they could definitely utilize. Also gonna bring Krizix up towards that 6 small shield potions. If he opts for them, might just be Dragon's responsibility to carry those, given the Flowberry Fizz. Physics would prefer to take in hand here. Macwood, Blake. Again, another team seemingly struggling. Hard to take these long-range fights right now for Macwood. Just does not have a whole lot of ammunition to work with.
Yeah, this is a tough spot to be in right here. I mean, a team like this needs a weapons cache or something. They need that train to come by. They got to get moving. This is a bad spot to be in, especially if you're, Macwood and Blake in this situation where, Blake's just coming off the down bad moment of the last couple games, so he's trying to play catch up here. This is a sign of desperation, going into old builds, hoping to find even maybe some leftover bodies or something like that, but there's just nothing for them to work with here just yet.
You can tell that Blake and Macwood definitely contemplating where their next method of approach should be, because again, if you only have 20 medium ammo and hardly any shotgun shells to work with, yeah, you're just not going to be able to survive this mid-game, much less get surge tag damage that you would need. You don't want to find yourself getting pressured out by the rest of the lobby either. Slightly better notes, though, for TK and Bacon. They've got a good overview right now. You can definitely tell Creep and Hades, one team at least that's nearby, but Creep, Hades not exactly giving any openings, so TK is gonna opt to just shoot at some wood builds a little bit further north from his current position.
Also a team worn down here, 60 bullets left for his rifle, looking pretty tough. We're seeing the starts of teams that will have to take a fight for one reason or another. Meanwhile, Chubbs and Bryce continue to base up here on the backside. They've wasted a lot of time here, and it is time to go. Out comes the double edits. They should be crash crashing here soon. They got the effects of the fizz, and there they go off to the races. Blake and Macwood are going to be right behind them, but we already know that they don't really even have ammunition to, for leisure fire here, and those are the little setbacks there, the little opportunities that you can see that having a rough start to your game, having a bad loot route kind of takes its course, takes effect.
But Bryce and Chubbs getting so split up there since Bryce didn't catch that initial crash pad footing. So unfortunate. Hopefully he's able to reconvene with Chubbs without too many problems in between. But as for Ponder and Vargas, they're just stuck sitting on top of the box that Fishy and Beast are currently situated in. But again, you look to aggress from above. Teams recognize this desperation almost. And now Ponder and Vargas, they're trying to just outlast this surge damage. But for how much longer can they realistically afford to give up so many of their resources? So now it's going to be a full key into the box. Fishy and Beast, though, ample prepared for it. Zero issues, just another couple of eliminations to pile to the tally count.
I'm just shaking my head. That was unfortunate. They had so many heals. They had so many different ways they could have played that. Ammunition to play slightly longer range, put a little more pressure, go from different sides, Flowberry Fizz, but instead they just opted for the ram into the wall strategy. And that's just so unfortunate. Look how quickly the surge cut off as well. Just a couple players had to go down. So many questions, but you live, you learn. Game one concludes for them. We continue on here. The zone's already moving. This is the first of it. It's coming right back south into the hands of Blake, Macwood, some of those other shambles teams. Gets to tune in with Sented, who's already made his way to the zone here. No Tahi as well. Barely above the surge. This is a team that just hasn't found their footing. Haven't seen anything good come out of it. It's just a matter of time, likely, before he gets backed up.
Sented wants to find some shots, but as long as Bacon and TK are this close by, probably recognizing the fact that This is likely a solo they're dealing with in front of them, but Scented still doing his best to try and hold his ground. Depending on how TK and Bacon actually want to make the approach here. But now Scented, he's got that surge take damage breaking into his shields. Might end up having to... No, fortunately going to be bailed out by some players getting a limb, so will find himself just above that surge damage threshold, but things are definitely still looking a little bit too dicey. And Scented likely wanting to just wait for TK and Bacon to make their rotational approach first. Because as a solo, you never want to be in front of the duo. And Justin wishing that his duo could back him up here, but Moo also on the retreat with only 3 HP, no heals. Takes out a crash pad though, just to stop another team from looking for a rotates that might be following up behind him.
I'm just thinking, like, we saw the zones on the other side. He was really close to it, but he came back. What did your teammate have? What did he tell you? What kind of information did you just gather for you to come back here? I hope there's heals, because otherwise this is going to be a little sketchy. Well, here it is. Everyone's moved out. It's a grapple hook. And it's a grapple hook. All right. That's what you got to work with. 3 HP and a grapple blade here. And it seems to work out pretty well so far. Can he get in a cone or something to protect himself? Of course not. GG for Moo.
I mean, when you're operating with getting sneezed on HP and finding yourself being elimed, very similar circumstances right now for Scented, as he's doing his best to utilize this bush for a little bit of extra coverage. Fortunately enough for him, still has at least 1 shield potion that he can expend, but those 2 shield fish already 8 up. Is now Scented trying to get a little bit further ahead of things, but he has to key this team in their box, and it's Sigma and Vorteca. Vorteca, though, eating a massive chunk of damage. Scented, though, doing what he can. He needs to break into these boxes. Oh, just not enough. Sigma turns it around, no problem. And Scented's play of desperation, not going to work out for him.
It was looking so good until it wasn't. Now Bryson Chubb's also in the same dire situation right here. 2v2 fight breaking out below them. They have options to pick from. It's just a matter of time here. They go for the first wall that's weakened. They edit in a pump fake, but nothing connects there. The timing just a little bit off. Bryson Chubbs get taken out there to the pressure. And now the zone starts to move too, so there's a world of players on some late rotates here. We already knew that there was a good amount of damage that had to take its toll here before things settled down. Walkers and Shadow find themselves in that same situation as well. They do win their fight, but Shadow at 1 HP has to find a moment to heal here. He will, but he loses Walkers already as they try to make their way on in. Oh.
At least Shadow still has 2 more medkits to operate with, even if he doesn't have anything for those shields. He's at least going to try to build up side of this cliff face for the time being. The fact that he even made it across the body of water was insane, and yeah, just no more luck remains as Raze and higher.
They must have a lot of eliminations. They are still going, and they're alive. They're together. They're not like a solo, so they haven't been punished for all the teams they fought so far. I'm curious to see where WCJ, Raze, and higher are. This could be their game that separates them from the pack and allows them to go straight to grand finals here.
Seems like Higher and Raze maybe taking note of that performance out of Reet and Ritual earlier on, and
seriously,
confidence is key. They've been taking these aggressive fights and coming out on top. Right now up top though, gonna be Sigma, just continuing to tarp out on the high ground.
Questionable.
It's a really early investment of all of his hard materials, that's for sure.
Very, very early for them to do this. More often than not, you'll see a team just fight you because you put all this space between you and your duo mate too soon, too early. And that's exactly what happens before I even get to set the stage, set the conversation up. And now Plur and Slumcho might actually be okay now because they didn't commit, right? They didn't start this whole thing. It didn't cost them that much. and now they get to sit so many like layers above the opponents that they might be untouchable for quite some time.
They really just stole Sigma's hype project out from underneath him.
Yeah.
And now TK, opposite end of things at the bottom. Big shot though onto Vorteca. That's a nice elimination refresh that TK just managed to find, but might be a short-lived victory here. TK trying to throw up walls for his life. Krizik's doing everything he can to force his way into TK's box, but finally TK managing to create just a little bit of space, gets the small shield potion online, and now with a decent amount of builds, he's going to continue to tarp through these mid-ground layers. Finally gets a chance to check behind him, see if there's anybody else he could look for another possible refresh opportunity. Keep in mind, 4 points per elimination. It can stack up in these endgame moments.
Yeah, it was a crazy elimination. Picks up 1,500 builds off that body right there. Raising higher, we talked about likely our Elam leaders here in the game so far. They're at 7 right now. And you can see that the mats are starting to run thin. This is where we got to see, you know, how much have they learned in high tier, big lobby competitive action. What do they do when their backs are against the wall? How do they play as a duo here in these final moments? They find a tag, get 1. That's huge. Get 2. Can they get the 3rd? This is for the tournament run right here. Win conditions are in front of them. This is going to allow them to stretch it out. Oh, but there was a player there. Higher didn't see him lurking, staring at the med kit. That is the difference between like 10th and 5th or maybe even better placements. So unfortunate, but what a great game either way.
Even better still, though, is the fact that high ground has completely belonged to Plur and Slumcho. Rest of the lobby, 0 opportunities to check upwards. No one trying to challenge for height. Instead, Ignali, Creon, trying to do their best to maintain a little bit of low ground control. Golden gonna jump out in front of Ignali here. But Ignali, he's just trying to utilize this final build that belongs to Golden. Big refresh, though, with an elimination onto Golden. Also got credit for an elimination onto Cash a little bit earlier on, but Plur, Slumcho, they just want the finish. They want to start things off with a bang here.
This is pretty insane too, because they have like 6 med kits between the 2 of them, so they're not going for the heal off. They're going to finish things up, clean up house, and just like that, they take the first victory royale with what was honestly a executed great high ground retake into a victory royale. So well played for them, recognizing that the team that was up there doing it before was vulnerable indeed, and they took full advantage of that.
Yeah, it was almost a little bit absurd to see Sigma just committing so much of his hard material, but again, this Height project, Slumcho, Slam, as soon as they overtook Height from Sigma and Vorteca, they did an excellent job at controlling the rest of the lobby's movements. Everyone just trying to do what they can to wiggle around all these older builds on the low ground, but again, how far can you really escape with the likes of Slam and Slumcho staring over you and just tearing apart those builds?
And remember, top 15 is what matters now. So a win, absolutely incredible, massive. With 3 games, you're not fully safe, but you are so very close. You still have to do a little bit more work in order to secure those points and continue to stay in that top 15. But what a great way to start off for them.
Yeah, I'm sure they've got 0 complaints about how that first game broke down, but maybe the analysts have something to say for about these other teams in the lobby, so we're going to head on over back to them, get their thoughts.
My immediate thoughts, can you feel it in the air? It is so tense right now. Every single interaction, it is just like, it's everything to these players, right? The stress is through the roof, but for Slam and Slumcho, they start with a victory royale. Remember, there's only 15 spots here in the lower bracket going to grand finals. This start is exactly where they need to be.
Yeah, 93 points is really good start. I mentioned it earlier, 15th on EU to qualify to grand finals was 94 points. So they're pretty much already there. Kelly, this was the classic thing that we've been talking about. We were so happy to see happen just in those last 3 games that we watched. A team on the high ground able to ride it out, and they had so many materials to work with. I have no idea how they were up there building all of this to stay structured and connected, and still had so many materials to work with, but just raining down on the rest of the lobby, making sure that they were the ones walking away with the VR here.
Yeah, well, our commentators kind of alluded towards it. In Zone 9, it was Sigma and Vorteca that actually had height, but they only had wood builds, and that was when Slumcho and Slam realized, oh, they must be low on mats, let's go and take it from them, and they did just that. Then confidently dropping down to low ground, taking down the lower team, and especially when it's a water zone like that, you know that the lower teams tend to flounder, pun intended. So to see them kind of utilize, observe what's going on in the end game, and take full advantage of it, that's what I love to see.
Yeah, production. You guys can just get rid of Kelly. Just be me and Vivid. We'll just take over. Let's take a look at our standings and see how things are going. Okay, so that was just game number 1. Let's take a look at this top 10 and see how things are going. Right off the gate, 48 points just for top 10, right? And again, you can't just have one good game like Slumcho and Slime. There's still a little more work to be done, just like MDF said, right? You have to make sure you have at least one more consistent game, and then depending on where you are, you're probably safe. Let's take a look at page 2 though. Top 15 right now is only 34 points. Look how close that is. Even someone like 20th place Flo and Aoxy, who we saw dominate a lot, by the way, across this weekend, sitting in that 20th place with just 22 points. We really need to hit the pedal to the metal, Biff. We need to do something right now. We only have 2 more games to go. Ain't no one safe.
Yeah, a lot of duos have to. Did I see TK in the 13th position right there? Probably one of the most experienced players in the lobby right now. He's got 9 FNCS Grand Finals appearances. There we go, caught myself. Asian Jeff and Oliver OG just outside of 15th there as well, Kelly. So a lot of storylines kind of developing just after game number 1.
What I also noticed there is the team that was in 11th place, which was Ducky's duo, had a pretty good placement points, but only 1 elimination. And you would expect someone to have made it that far to be able to be in our top 10, but it does showcase that it's not just making it to the end game, but also showing up with a few eliminations as well.
Yeah, the elimination points I feel like have been maybe a little bit understated right there. They are very valuable in semifinals, right? Worth so much points. So I feel like for some of these duos, they just need to all in, right? You just, again, you need one good game, and then suddenly you're finding yourself in grand finals.
Yeah, Zeke, listen, I'll tell you what though, Storm Surge throughout these games, right? That first game right there, I'm a little worried because it is so different. It's one of those games where we have so many players go down early on. Like second zone closed and there were 74 alive. And the reason why that's so tough to play through, right? Because think about if you're a team that wasn't actually involved in any of that conflict that caused so many of these teams to go down early, then you're kind of just like, one, there's less players in the lobby that you can actually tag because, you know, so many teams ended up going down. But then of course, you know, those teams, when it comes down to it, they didn't do damage earlier. When they need it, the other teams just don't, so nobody's peeking or fighting.
Yeah, it feels like we're watching the reboot round all over again, where these teams are just trying to survive to the very end, and that's why we're seeing Storm Surge. I don't remember the last time I saw Storm Surge at Zone 10. TK actually was below Storm, but able to hold on for a little bit longer. Another team that was holding on there was, of course, the fan favorite Asian Jeff. We all know and love him, and to watch him compete in the lower bracket here, put a smile on my face.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, this is they just need one good game, right? They're sitting in 17th. They're not safe, Viv. That is not safe territory. But again, we do have 2 more games. They can still put this together.
It's a good start. I think the thing that's like a highlight or a positive is that they made it towards the end game, right? And that sometimes is the hardest thing. Like I just mentioned, Storm Surge was very, very rough that game, but they obviously got past that. So I think that's good going for them. And they got enough points to kind of jumpstart them towards that 90 point-ish threshold that we're going to be looking at for top 15.
Yeah, my only concern was for them was just that it seemed like they were too focused in the front of zone, and so a duo was able to kind of come up from behind and be able to take them down. Obviously, when it comes down to these final moments, you really have to have 360 awareness around you so that you don't get caught out like they did, but still making it to the end game, like you said, Vivid, is exactly where we want to see them.
2 more games to go ahead and prove that you deserve to be in grand finals, Zeke. Oh, gosh.
Dude, don't do that. Listen, just let me stress. You guys have fun. I'm going to keep stressing, but people who I know are not stressed, it's MDF, it's Taco. Let's go into game number 2.
Oh no, because I will say there is a little bit of stress involved for all of us here, Zeke. I mean, there's definitely teams that are right there on the cusp of being able to break into that top 15. But the worst part about it all, MDF, is that even if you break top 15 in the second match, you still have to hold it.
Yeah, that's going to be the hardest part to pretty much complete the equation right now. We already saw, like Vivid just mentioned, Oliver OG and Agent Jeff doing just enough to go ahead and jumpstart the game, kind of kickstart the engine here. One big game now is going to be the difference maker and allowing them to kind of jump towards that 100-point-ish stratosphere. If you can get around 100 plus points, you should be more or less punched in. So we'll find out here. Game 2 is underway.
And just like that, back at it one more time. One more bus ride remains, though, if teams aren't able to capture that success here in our second match of the lower bracket. But of course, everybody wants to find themselves in that upper 15 segment of the leaderboard. So we gotta see maybe a little bit of shakeups here. Some of these off-spawn fights. So much of the off-spawn, as Vivid pointed out, seemingly dictating the pacing for the rest of these games.
Yeah, this is what determines everything, essentially. Not only is it 8 points worth right here, but of course, this is what sets you up to be ahead of the competition if you can end these battles pretty quickly. But all in all, we know what the risk is involved when you take these early game fights. The statistics show more often than not, teams that take these initial battles do have a harder time overall. Let's see it. Cash left to play defense here. Cash is a pretty fun creator, fun guy to be around. Let's see how it works out. Not good enough. No clutch here for him today. Furtis and Esho come out on top for the early game engagement here. We get to jump on over to Macwood and Blake. Seemingly getting pressured by Eoxy, not making it easy for them to get comfortable here through the drop spot by any means. And they've caught Eoxy's teammate already here on the drop, so pretty decent start for them. Again, it's still 4 points.
But this is a switch up for Macwood and Blake. They've been opting to go for Snooty pretty much the entire, or at least in the last match, but as far as what we saw from Macwood and Blake in the upper bracket as well. So now that they're here at the Marigold looking to challenge Eoxy and Flo on their loop path, could be a little bit of a struggle, that's for sure, but Eoxy definitely looking slightly better as far as what he's operating with. That is up until you realize that Flo no longer a participant to this lobby unless Eoxy is able to get that reboot card back online. Blake and Macwood getting some nice search tags onto Eoxy as well.
They're pushing. They're coming all the way in. They're here to do it live.
For good reason.
Tags.
It's really just the points. That's all that Macwood's after. Be hard-pressed to believe that he lets Eoxy get away from here. Macwood and Blake have a lot of ground to make up for, given their earlier than intended departure from the last lobby. Macwood just still bearing down on Eoxy, but Eoxy's not making it easy for him. Just won't be enough at the very end, though.
That's good support, too, from Blake there. To find those tags there, really soften up the target, making it impossible to fill. And now they're going off to the edges. We already know. I was just going to say Pilot was chased all the way up this beach. Likelihood of them crossing another team is still there. Let me jump back in with Tahi here. A little early look at the Classy Courts, their drop spot. Start to piece together what all has been going wrong for this team here. They have a drop spot. They have it uncontested. There's really no excuse for them not to perform better than they are in the mid-game. On over to Shampoo and Decay here, pushing a team on the outer edge. Have to assume they opened up with a couple tags because they definitely have this team hurt right now.
So really strong rotate out of Shampoo as well off the crash pad, but ate a massive shot for it. You can tell him taking a moment, kind of a pause here, waiting for Decay to catch up. And that is going to provide a little bit of a space advantage now. Zuko will manage to escape for the time being, but could be a short-lived victory here. Okay, seems like he's got a really good idea of which direction Zuko even headed. And he's going to give chase for it for the time being. At least wanting to see if he can maybe apply a little bit more pressure. An elimination would certainly...
Oh my gosh.
go a long way here.
Spraying.
Those are some tags.
Great tags. And honestly, really, really great execution of the start of that battle, isolating the teammate out. So they made that very, very easy for themselves. Did everything right. Honestly, pretty textbook at that point. Back on over Chubbs and Bryce, who are very much split up from one another. Surprisingly made a pretty okay appearance there towards the end of the game.
But again, just another one of our NA teams that's definitely been having a tough time with finding their footing in these lobbies. It's now Skater, Walty, the last of their Flowberry Fizz going to be expended here. Grapple Blades, more than good enough to create a little bit of a gap here between them and the duo behind them. Skater and Walty, though, I mean, you get out, sure. You can fall back to the slot barrel even, get some old resources, clearly inside of buildings that they're familiar with, but at the same time, MDF, this is a pretty big investment. It's a pretty big time sink as well, and they've got a decent amount of ground to cover.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those plays that can start to backfire if you stick around for a little too long. We're starting to get to that point here. They've already exhausted the old heals, like you said, that they had at this previous drop spot that they started at. The other team feels the same way. They're luckily also disengaging, so everyone there should unlock a little more tournament life for the time being. Back on over to Ignalai and Creon. We're on a big time rotate here, trying to get to the Grands. Second place right now for this team.
I was just going to say that this is the same team. We saw them in lobby number 1 getting control of that forecast tower over by Dumpenhausen, which is where they've rotated from now to be at the Grand Glacier. But having that forecast online is definitely going to bode pretty advantageous. Have to expect that they're trying to utilize some of that north side elevation, just going to get a good viewpoint of other teams surrounding the area, see if they can get some additional tags early. That way their mid game can just be all about positional focus.
This is dangerous territory to be in. Team on the heels right now of Oliver OG and Agent Jeff. They don't realize how quickly they're starting to close in here. If they don't get into some kind of protective position or decide where they're going to base up, this could go pretty bad. There it is. They decide to base down here. This Tahi, Havoc. Couple duos, fresh duos rolling in. Now we get to see Shadow Walkers versus Decay and Champo. Teams that have overstayed their welcome here on the west side of the map. The zone's going to end up forcing this party a little bit closer inwards, but I think this is a pretty evenly matched team. We've seen, I guess, a pretty impressive setup before from Decay and Champo, so I know very much well of what Shadow and Walkers are capable of, and I think this would be a good fight if it breaks out in a fair 2v2.
Definitely valid looks here, but zone fights taking place in a couple of fringe places on the edge of the map here. Pilot, Jack, still haven't escaped the shore side just yet. Pilot fighting for his life right now even. Aaron, Chance, barreling down into the boxes, but it's gonna be Aaron finding the first elimination there onto Jack. Chance collects the one onto Pilot, and yeah, it's the exact same duo just mercilessly chasing down Pilot and Jack.
Yeah, Pilot and Jack's chances at top 15 are pretty much nullified if they do not win the next game. After getting taken out that quickly, both of these games back to back, there would have to be a ridiculous point spread for them to have a chance at this point, and that's how quickly, you know, your opportunity to the grand finals can end, essentially. Taking these early game battles in, you know, situations like that are just too much risk involved there. No Chubbs here for Bryce.
No, unfortunately, Chubbs picked off just moments ago based on what that Elim feed was saying, but Bryce, even without Chubbs, it's still early enough in the mid-game that Bryce could definitely opt for a reboot ban opportunity. That's only if he was able to collect Chubbs' card, though. Not sure how feasible that was, but G-Money and Diego down for the count momentarily. G-Money just got to clutch it up right now up against the likes of Siren. G-Money throwing his duo back, just trying to protect him inside of these hard builds. Siren actually going to go for the opportunity to try and get a little bit more shield online, but recognizes can't let this go for free. Siren instead turned on by G-Money. Now it's G-Money who's just charging down Siren. Wanted to just go for the rebound initially onto his teammate, but G-Money may have done enough. Now Siren here to play the heckler one more time, understanding the fact that if Diego gets back up and running, it's going to be 2 versus 1 with other teams circulating the area as well. Siren only had seconds to make a decision, and now the opportunity slips away. G-Money and Diego still left as a duo here. And it might be able to even prevent Siren from progressing any further, depending on how Siren actually maneuvers through Reckless Railways.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. I respect G-Money's decision to back off there and play very much cautiously, just proving how much he cares about this chance at the grand finals for the FNCS right now. And while that's all happening, I'm like, you know, trying to see the edge of the map, just trying to catch a glimpse potentially if Oliver OG and Asian Jeff, if they're still there as well. Some pretty aggressive fights going down around them. Back on our Walkers and Shadow, though, this fight continues on from the outskirts like we talked about. I'm more confused as to why they're going tit for tat here. As their game and tournament life is on the line right now, and you don't really want to drag out fights like this for too long. Look at this, the marker comes out, they find Champo out of position here temporarily.
And what's crazy is Champo and Decay are just so far removed from the situation. Like, they have literally zero interest in continuing that exchange. I recognize the fact that that's just not a position they're going to be able to leverage in that circumstance. So I'd rather fall back, regroup, see if they can gauge a better direction to make an approach there at the Rebels Roost. But yeah, you have a lot of edge map teams taking these fights really early on. Oliver OG, you asked about him. Asian Jeff still kicking at the bottom of Rift Island currently. And Oliver OG, he can hear all the action.
Do it.
He wants his piece of the pie.
Yeah, no, I don't know how I feel about this. I mean, little as you know, there are a lot of teams up here. Yeah, you may need the brick, but is it worth it? Now you're entering into the fray here. Still, turns out to be a net positive for the time being. Continuing to invest in, and we'll see what happens. Meanwhile, right above them, ending to a couple players. A lot going on here. This is the risk you take, though, right?
I guess this is just what happens when you have like 4 different teams duking it out over at Rift Island. But the development of this situation here at the top of Rift Island, MDF, a lot of it's really just going to depend. Asian Jeff and Oliver OG, they actually have a pretty good opportunity here if they want to try and essentially control the launch pads. Might be some teams hanging out on this Rift Island that could be looking for an easy rotate out, but Oliver OG and Asian Jeff are going to continue to move a little bit more central. Amazingly enough, the capture point also not yet been claimed.
Yeah, that's actually the bigger surprise right now. I thought it would have been claimed by Havoc above there for a second, but that fight really set them back, and they didn't even think about going for it. So well, there you have it. To all of our surprise, Asian Jeff and Oliver OG, and they're somehow miraculously walking out of here with even a better situation. More brick, clearly, control of the launch pad now and the entire cache. So GG's for them.
Last one's up, but the first to prosper, seemingly enough. They're at the Rift Island. And another mild success story here for Chubbs and Bryce. So, reboot van clearly was a successful rescue mission. Question now, though, is how much time did that really eat into Chubbs and Bryce's strategy here? Because you obviously want to try and get ideal positioning for some of these mid-game zones, but instead, Chubbs and Bryce set so far back, having to go for that reboot van instead, so could be in some serious need for surge tag damage.
Yeah, and you could tell that I think this is definitely the case when they're pretty far removed from the zone right now, and they're willing to kind of stake out that duo that's in front of them, hoping that they likely grapple blade out first and catch some tags while they rotate. Back on over to the Rift Island area. And things are pretty quiet for the time being, so everyone here is more or less settled in a groove and in the zone. Not much for Tahi and Scented to get involved with here, though. I'm not sure if the play is going to be that they're just going to have to go up this island here shortly.
Whether they like it or not, they're likely going to have to get active pretty soon here, MDF, because only 78 above that damage threshold. They do have options, though, given the amount of shots being fired still at the top of Rift Island. That could be what Scented and Tahi are actually opting to wait for. And checking back in with Bryce and Chubbs. Encrypted Ducky, just one layer above now. Encrypted, exposed entirely. Bryce gonna instantly look to try and turn him into mincemeat, but instead it's gonna be Ducky with the follow-up backup. No, Chubbs one more time watches as Bryce gets full E-limbed. But this is still a fight that Chubbs is willing to take. Managed to secure at least 1-2 shield potions. So could get his shields back to full, but keep in mind, 2-tick zone. It's gonna chip away at both of these teams so rapidly. Chubbs knows he's got at least a med kit that he can work with here. But at the same time, losing Bryce, that was the last intention this duo had in mind.
Yeah, I just don't know how Bryce doesn't finish that right there. He had everything that he needed starting to stack in his favor. Encrypted makes a mistake, cones him in, perfectly trapped, hits the big tag. And then it's like he just forgot to follow up. I think, yeah, things just suddenly flipped upside down, and Ducky comes in with an incredible save, which I didn't see coming at all.
Might have been a pretty big save for Ducky in terms of making sure that Encrypted stays standing here. Asian Jeff, Oliver OG, though, we saw them at the top of Rift Island. We heard there was definitely plenty of action bumping in place. Havoc quickly toasted by Asian Jeff. And Asian Jeff, he's not done just yet. N.A. Malabuka.
Dang.
I don't think Malabuka would be moving like this now. Asian Jeff coming out on top. 2 eliminations, 8 beautiful points added to the tally. And given that they were, what, 17th heading into game number 2, that's a massive opportunity for them to siege advantage of.
It's actually insane. I was really against them going up to the Rift Island because the risk involved, but it turned out to be the best decision, the best move for them. Set of eliminations. Now they're above the surge here. They have some room to work with. Max material, upgraded, you know, mythical loadouts, legendary loadouts. Like, they just set themselves up for what could be a huge game right here. Now they just have to stay grounded, essentially. Look at this zone. The zone's going to pull wickedly to the west right now.
Nah, these zones actually hate the players. I've never been more convinced.
This is a rough one.
The water zone, this far west pool zone, practically going to force a lot of these teams to honestly have to traverse back over the water in the first place. But yeah, definitely a vicious cycle so far today with some of these zone pools, but good crash pad, good flow barrier usage out of Tahi and Scented. They're gonna opt to drop to the low ground as well. Just wanna try and keep themselves as eyes off as possible from the rest of the lobby.
It's actually a great rotate. Well timed, nice and early. Let's jump in with Chubb solo. Gets the first tag onto Hydra, gets the finish as the teammate bails on Hydra. Red's just like, yo, bro, I don't know what just happened, but I'm good. Where you at? And he left him in the box. Chubbs finds a good set of points here. This is all that matters, is that it's not for nothing this game, right? Like, earn what you can so that you can come in here in the last game and get that top 15. And so far, he's doing it.
The only thing Chubbs is really hurting for right now is just a little bit of white heals. If you can find even bandages at this point. Higher gonna be the initial focus, but it was just Chubbs putting some spray down. Now he's gonna offer the rotate instead. As a solo, wants to do his best to try and stay ahead of these zones, but gotta be careful because you don't want to find yourself getting picked off in the process. And with the last of his Flowberry Fizz coming out, Chubbs, it's going to be quite the endeavor for him from this position.
This is actually a good terrain for a solo to be in right now. Works out really well. It's a nice, easy slope. Not too steep, not too crazy, but a lot of protection, a lot of cover to work around as well. So I think we're going to be able to see someone like Bryce pull pretty far right now. For Chubbs there. Dago plays in G Money, setting themselves up for success now. Little elimination set there, brings them on up to 3. Not quite rewarded with a ton of material, but still something to gain nonetheless for Macwin and Blake. They're at the far side of the zone, but they do have a grapple blade to work with. 5 Elans right now, so really turning online right now in this game, and here goes it. End up buffing themselves up for the time being, and blading on out to the side here.
Actually going to be one of the first few teams in the lobby to touch down inside of this next zone. But again, Blake, Macwood, fully understanding they have a lot of ground to cover. Blizzard just doing his best magic hat, just a full-on appearance. Pulling a rabbit out of the hat, except it was Blizzard inside of Macwood and Blake's box. Nearly took out Blake in the process too, so good awareness from Macwood to back up his duo. And like I was mentioning, these two fully aware after how their last game shaped up. They've got to go big in this lobby if they want to feel a little bit more comfortable with how that final match will play out. And 6 elims, definitely a good spot to be in.
Not again. Not another team basing out this early before the zone even starts to move. Well, we saw what happened last game. I mean, this is what happens when, you know, you get to day 3, right? Lower bracket, like all the plays are coming out. Well, we'll see what happens though. Ultimately, Shadow and Walkers are, or can be considered amongst some of the more experienced players in these lobbies right now. Tahi down here by himself, 123 damage below the surge. Things are looking pretty dire here in the low ground. Chubbs barely holding on to his game as well. So we talked about it, gave the second, and new high ground. Folks up top, Shadows down. I mean, I could have said, you know, I told you so, but you know, whatever. It's all good.
Sometimes it's just not even necessary. But only time will tell if another team chooses to try and skybase in the 8th zone.
I just don't know why. It's just so...
Just look at how far up they made it, though. They really took this to some height. And now Macwood Blake easily gonna fall back here, just completely perched at their elevated thrones right now. How long can they hold it, though, is another question entirely. Chubbs doing his best. Actually going to commit with a grapple towards front side low. Not as much congestion having built up here since Chubbs got out ahead of everybody else. Might have an opportunity even to look for another elimination. He's already picked up 3. Tahi, on the other hand, just finding himself trying to do everything he can to keep things moving forward, but down to his final 3 builds. He's got to try and hang more towards the backside of these moving zones, and Tahi breaks in trying to attempt to get into Walker's box. Ty might be able to do it, but no, not good enough. Walker's gonna find an elimination there instead. Chubbs now trying to hold his own.
Chubbs is crazy with it. Chubbs is going crazy right now. So not only has he been solo for the majority of this game, longer than he's been a duo, but he is continuing to find eliminations, and he just singled out another solo behind him. I hope he turns focus here and picks that one up too. He's now inside the top 10 and has 4 eliminations. This could be the defining top 15 run for him right now. He just watched a player walk by him. It's Walker's there. He's got options. He's got so many to work with. Here it is on the heels. He's got the grapple blade. One more to get into the safe zone, but no, doesn't quite find it in there. 2 HP, still alive here, still on the hunt now. What a run.
Got scared for a moment, but he was gonna put a toe just too long into the zone. Chubbs now crawling through this low ground. All these wood builds surrounding him. Chubbs, he's got to come up big with his next shot. That's if he can make sure to even stay keeping from these zone ticks. And
oh
again,
no, the hesitation. But it's almost the top 5 for him. Still good nonetheless. Oliver OG, Asian Jeff in another big end game. We talked about it. We said that's all that they needed. The little platform that give them the boost, give them the momentum, and then make that end game in top 15 is yours. And it looks like they have just all but done it. 72 points earned this game. They already came into this with about 20 or so points in top 17. So this is the run for Asian Jeff and Oliver OGs as they're setting themselves up for the FNCS Grand Finals appearance. Who would have thought it? Asian Jeff having quite the year already. He continues to rage on here. Oliver OG comes in the nick of time with the heels there, and Blake finds his elimination there to finish things up. Taco, I mean, this is looking great for a lot of the favorites right now.
it all depends though, because Macwood, you have to notice, he doesn't have any white heals. Oliver OG actually had 2 med kits in hand. So now it's all gonna fall down to whether or not Oliver OG can manage to secure another handful of heals. Also has to be careful he doesn't succumb to that storm sickness. But Oliver OG, you can see his last med kit, it just ran out. He's scurrying through every single one of these builds, but he can't find Sanito. Sanito clutching up in a heal off, just fully content to stay back while the zone does the rest of the work for him.
Yeah, definitely. But Oliver OG, Asian Jeff, there's still plenty of room for them to celebrate. An 80-point game for them is massive. It's surely going to set themselves up for top 15. Well played, GGs, and also shout out to King Sineto as well, who all of a sudden comes out with a big game this victory royale here too, all but solidifying Veer and Sineto's ticket to the finals. But they will still need, again, you got to get around that 95, 100 plus points if you want to be like comfortably set up inside the top 15 to eliminate the pressure. And they're just one big step closer to doing that now.
Yeah, not to mention, we definitely saw a really big turnaround as well. Honorable shout outs there for Blake and Macwood. They really came up massive here. Getting that top 5 finish is definitely going to do some very nice things, I think, to their points. But again, we could see how the lobby and how the leaderboard is shaping up by getting it back over to the analysts. So Zeke, what do you guys got for us?
Here we go. Only a single game left, and it's like we wrote this script. You know, Kelly, you're like, oh, this duo, Oliver OG and Asian Jeff, only they're like second place. It's so crazy. We can't see the future. You think Vivid can? That's so crazy. Anyway, congratulations to Veer and company. They get themselves to the victory royale again. We're just trying to play for consistency, right? We need to end the day in the top 15. The victory royale paired with 9 eliminations, guys. Remember how valuable those points from elims are. These guys are looking real good right now.
Yeah, 115 points. For anybody wondering, our kind of guesstimate based off of EU is around 90 points right now. So I could imagine that they would be chilling, but honestly, I'm surprised, Kelly, right? Game went to the heel off, and honestly, if we think about how that game went for Blake and Macwood, it didn't really seem like they really got messed with up on the high ground. Now, usually the reason why a lot of these high ground teams don't actually end up winning the game is because they have to use a lot of their meds because they are getting messed with throughout the game. But right there, it seems like they, even though they weren't getting messed with, they still didn't have the heals to back up the win right there, which is why Soneto ultimately goes ahead and takes it.
Yeah, it was kind of an interesting height take. We saw Shadow and Walkers on high ground, and they had so many builds, but they were kind of doing this weird split height take where they could have better vision on where the players were down below. However, because of that, Blake and Macwood were able to steal height pretty easily. Obviously, when two players jump up, they're able to take down this split team a lot easier. But then, like you said, they didn't have any heals because they took height a little bit later, and they were sitting in the mid ground before then. But we got to talk about Chubbs, man. How was he able to stay alive for so long? Literally down to 2 HP. I thought we were playing a completely different stealth game there for a second as he was able to break build, stay on just the edge of Storm until he unfortunately did go down.
Again, consistency, right? Making it up in those placement points, just every second matters, right? Every time a duel can fall before you, that's just a little bit more points you're accruing. Let's take a look at the standings, though. A single game. Where do these games go, man? We're already 5 deep, and it feels like I blinked and it's gone. Anyway, Poppy Blast in Zyro, currently sitting in the #1 spot, 120 points. As Vivid kind of called out, 90 points-ish is like probably where we'd expect that top 15 to end. But look at Asian Jeff and Oliver OG in 4th place, jumping up 13 placements with just that one game.
Huge game from them right there, right? I mentioned it last game. Yeah, they didn't necessarily get further into the game or have a chance at the win last game, but they got enough points. It was like a kickstart right there. And that really good game #2 right there is going to put them at a 108, which should be comfortable enough for them. And yeah, look at this. Right now, the threshold, 58 points, top 15. That is what we were looking for. But Kelly, Bryce, and Chubbs being left in contention here, only 2 points behind that threshold, and the storyline there is just insane. We saw Bryce, he was actually a solo throughout a lot of that early and mid game, ends up getting the reboot off, then he himself goes down. Chubbs is left to do it from like 8th or 7th zone a majority of the game. He pulls it off, gets enough points to keep them in contention. That is crazy.
Yeah, I always love to see these reboot plays where it brings up the other player, and it's that player that got rebooted that actually carries on the end game there. But we're talking about giant jumps there. I'm looking at Blake and Macwood. It looked like they went up 40 placements or something, jumping all the way up into our top 10 right now. They aren't within that 90 points just yet, but they still have one more game to go, Zeke. I think there's enough opportunity there to collect a few points and make their way into the grand finals.
That's right, though. But you and your duo, you can't make a single mistake, right? Because this is the final opportunity. You're not in the top 15. You have to play consistent. You've got to get consistency points from placement. You have to hope you have enough eliminations to carry you over that line. One last game to go here in NA before we have our full list of players to go through. Oh, man. MDF Taco, I hope you guys are hanging on because I'm stressed. Boss stressed for you, so why don't you guys prep us for the last game of the day?
Yeah, we're strapped in and we are ready to see how exactly this game #3 actually pans out because, as you guys so kindly pointed out, there is no room for error. These teams have to get it together or be on their A game because this is it. This is your last chance, the last ride, game #3 of the lower bracket.
Yeah, we've already seen teams take these early game battles. It makes you think, makes you wonder, do they care to make it to finals or not? Because there's so much risk involved. And now when, it's all said and done, you really have to be happy with the decisions you made. So coming into this last game, for some, a victory out will be all that they need, or everything they need essentially to go all the way through. And for others, just staying alive, playing their game, staying consistent, and they should be there. So Taco, I mean, the story is yet to be told.
Yeah, I'm almost concerned, though. Some of these teams might be looking to play with a little bit of reckless abandonment, given that they don't want to leave things up to that what-if scenario. You don't want to have to question, did I make the right choice? Did I actually follow through on the proper decisions? They want it here and now inside of this top 15.
And it's you know, this entire format is one, you know, that is brand new, right? So this is a game of mental gymnastics as well. So we'll see. Game number 3 is ready. Let's go ahead and bring this on home.
And for some of our competitors here today, this is technically their 6th lobby of the day, MDF. This is where you could expect things like mental fatigue to really start to break down some of these players. But again, that's part of the beauty of competitive, is watching as these teams manage to power through and adapt and overcome every single phase of stress and pressure that comes their way.
Nakwin and Blake, great last game, coming on in. They have their draw spot to themselves, so all things looking sunny. So we jump on over to Illusion and Cash here. Curtis and Eshu did win the fight just last game. Talked about some of these early game battles having to be decided of whether or not it really means something to you. And look, Cash and company are like, hey, all right, you know what? We don't want to throw our game away. We need this more than Furtus and Eshu. Obviously, they got to survive the drop last time, and we don't have that luxury to take this fight right now.
Furtus and Eshu definitely going to be pretty happy about that one. Slightly different story here, though, for Justin, Moo, Walty, Skater. Walty 100% wants this engagement. So they're going to take full advantage. Some of these barrels get a little bit of shield. Slot barrel especially. Now they've got a little bit of extra momentum here as they keep trying to see if they can find an angle to aggress while simultaneously making sure to loot up inside this building here. Down by Research Rock.
Just listening to Justin here. And there it is. Opens up, finds attack, but then gets punished. What was that? Unfortunately, it does not get the headshot on the opening tag there. And Walty is left to turn this all around and clutch that up somehow. I don't know how Justin failed to box out Sky the first time, but those kind of things do happen when the pressure's on. And just like that, if you get sent back to the lobby now, your run's over.
Unless you were already inside of the top 5, I think at this point, seemingly safe in terms of maintaining their position inside of that top 15. But yeah, for a team like Moo and Justin, unfortunately, the end of their run here today. Shadow and Walkers, though, not trying to meet the same fate here. Over by Ritzy Riviera. Decent loadout, though, for Shadow. Not sure what Walkers is rocking with, but matter of the fact is, coming from the edge of the west side of the map, could be some difficulties finding tags. Champo pieced up, trying to get through the window. Actually going to turn it around. Shy going to be first one to get elimed here. But Champo, Decay, incredibly low. Champo at least having an opportunity to get some shield back.
Both Decay and Champo continuing to flex names under the belt. Nicely done for them.
Bacon and TK now. Just clearing out a couple of old builds as they continue on their path forward. And the fact that Bacon is actually hiding here leads you to believe TK had an opportunity to at least point out the fact that Braids and Visuals are actually directly next to these guys. Braids got to be careful here. The way that Bacon is situated could definitely look for a pounce opportunity here. You can see TK also just steadily crawling around this bank here. And Bacon, likely even getting the audio cues, has to be able to hear everything that's taking place right now. Visuals, Braids, not a care in the world. Really think that they believe themselves to be alone for the time being.
Could you imagine if Bacon could truly go prone in Fortnite? Like, just really crawling
covered by the grass.
The bank, yeah, it'd be insane. Wouldn't put it past Fortnite eventually, but for now, one can dream. Visitors and Braids have no idea what's happening right now. Danger awaits. TK doesn't find the opportunity he was looking for, but he had one, and I'm sure now he's not probably excited that he hesitated for the second there. Bacon jumps into the mix. Okay, he gets a couple tags, he cuts them off, gets on top, and they're going to commit the resources. So this tells us they are likely going to look to finish this fight. Now, this is risky. If they get the 2 elims, they all but make it to top 15. If they get taken out now, they're on the bubble. Their lives and tournament runs are on the line. So how much heart do Bacon and TK have? How good do they feel about this battle? Clearly not good enough. So they disengage out.
Almost surprised that TK and Bacon weren't able to look for a better conversion there in terms of looking for a knock or an elimination, but sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles. It's now tuning back in. Shadow, Walkers, Rokane incredibly low. Just barely managing to hold on for the time being here. Shadow, though, continuing to pressure on one side of his box. Walkers on the other side of Rokane's builds. And now, Walkers fully recognize the fact Rokane just doesn't have anything left in the tank, and that's going to be one more elimination, add to the tally. Have to assume Revised was the other one that Walkers was able to secure, and it's all because of this, right here, Forecast Tower. Just recently spawning in, no issues at all for Walkers, and Shadow take care of those Legion grunts, and now, with the Forecast having been secured, things could be shaping up pretty nicely here for Walkers and Shadow in their last game of the day.
Yep, and the 8 points to give them that little, you know, little leg to stand on there. Very, very big change of events for them right now. Might be the difference maker for grand finals right there. TK and Bacon move from point A to point B now. This time they're the prey to be hunted. Diego and G Money are just looking for a chance, just looking for an opportunity, but I think Diego's making a little too much noise. Likely they've given up the surprise element. Yep, they knew where he was. He turned tail, gets on out of there.
You can almost sense the paranoia, though, in Diego when he's there trying to lurk, trying to get a surprise attack opportunity onto TK and Bacon, but the constant checking of his backside angle, since he didn't have G Money to give him direct coverage. For a moment, it looked like TK and Bacon were going to get a taste of their own medicine as far as the ninja tactics are concerned, but still no sneak attacks having proven to be successful just yet for teams in this lobby, at least not that what we've seen so far. But Sigma, Vorteca, they might want to get the party started here soon enough at Hazy Hillside. Gonna opt for a little crash pad rotation into some of the buildings here. Just trying to collect any sort of materials or resources that might not have been picked up by any of the teams that were already situated here.
Back on over to Plur here. Ooh, big tags coming from Aaron up above. They definitely are determining the pace of this battle right now. The action's in their side, and so much, in fact, he's going to jump down into their builds. He knows that they have to full heal right here. Not only that, they're still in the zone. They're not quite safe. Clean angle from Aaron there, but not enough to find the tag.
Difference being, though, Aaron not in the zone, or not in the storm, I should say. But still, not going to opt to stick around and wait things out. Having already secured a decent amount of surge tag damage. Sure, the 4 or 8 points from eliminations would be nice, but what's even better still is not having your final opportunity to land yourself inside of that top 15 slip away from what's honestly a little bit of an unnecessary engagement. So good on Aaron and Chance to recognize the fact that it's just not a fight that they're forced to take just yet.
Just good positioning all in all here for Chubbs and Bryce right now as they're looking around. He's gonna be a little upset he misses those tags though. And there's no one back here to pick from. Bryson Chubbs are in 17th right now. Top 15 is the place to be. Kind of give you guys a look at how many teams are on the bubble right now, what these games mean for them. Grand finals.
And for Bryson Chubbs as well, as you had just noted, MDF, Chubbs probably unhappy with the fact he wasn't able to find any of those search tags because, again, just wants to put himself into the best possible situation and is focused exclusively on positioning. And you're not going to find many opportunities, players exposing themselves super often. So if you see a chance to grab some tags, don't really have much choice but to try and opt for it. But if you come up unsuccessful, Bryson Chubbs also maybe recognizing the fact they're just a little bit too far away to try and opt for that rotate on their cache.
Agent Jeff, Oliver OG, sizing up TK and Bacon right now. It's gonna be a really good fight to break out between the two. There's the leaderboard to give us 4th and 7th. 7th? Not quite safe. 4th, I'd give 108 points a solid shake that they're in the top 15. So this is going to be a potentially good fight where Oliver OG and Agent Jeff, I think, know that they really don't have much to lose right now.
Which is pretty intimidating if you think about it. For some of these other teams, you've got, or at least I definitely believe that these teams are for sure checking the leaderboards in between each of these lobbies, and when you don't see your name inside of that top 5, but you recognize all the duos that are outside of it with you, yeah, good reasoning behind TK and Bacon there to want to play things a little bit more cautiously, not just go jumping into Agent Jeff and Oliver OG's builds. But Ignali, Creon, this is a team we've seen for back-to-back lobbies now, taking advantage of the forecast tower that's southeast of Reckless Railways. Curious if they were able to secure it again this game. Suppose time will tell, and the routing of their rotations, but don't get caught standing, Tex. Just no idea of what kind of fate awaited him. Ignali with a massive headshot there on the Reaper sniper. And yeah, that's gonna be the immediate collapse. Creon, Ignali, more than happy at the refresh they just managed to secure.
And a full 275 as well for carrying the bodies, so they know exactly what they're doing right now. They've set themselves up for success this game already. That's it, and now we're punching our way halfway through to the finish line here. So we're just getting to the back end of this early game now. Creepin' Hades trying to go for the Rift Island as well. Joined this several amount of teams that are up top here. It's always the teams that are in shambles too, right? They really need the Brit. Such a great find here.
All depends though, because again, a lot of teams currently wanting to get more than just materials. They want eliminations, they want damage as well if they can't find those elims. So for the teams that are kind of just hovering around Rift Island right now, trying to take advantage of farming out some mats, gotta be careful. There's Chubbs and Bryce opting to look down off of the Rift Island. Team boxed up just slightly north from where Chubbs is currently at, but neither side going to be able to exchange any damage so far.
Very risky. We already know snipers are in play at all times in this current meta. Nerface and Curly are going to be the teams to secure the cash here. Just realized a little touch there. FNC's flags on the Rift Island. Did you know that?
Actually, just not realized that as well. No.
Like, that was pretty cool, I'm not gonna lie. Hold up. Can we get more like in-game branding like that? It's actually sick. Anyways.
We're definitely a couple of fans at least.
Yeah, definitely.
It's the subtle details, you know?
Little things.
This is no little feat, though, for Chubbs and Bryce. Again, had a pretty solid last lobby run off of Chubbs' solo clutch, but don't want to become dependent on those solo clutch type scenarios. As Blake, Macwood, again, they survived their off spawn. Granted, they were alone at the Marigold, but now just gonna take advantage some of those rifts at the bottom of Rift Island to go for this big rotate, and it's gonna be enough to get them into the hazy hillside. Definitely comes at a price though for Blake, as he loses all but 6 of his shield. Macwood eating some damage as well. Team surrounding them, taking full advantage of Blake and Macwood rifting in, but that's just the kind of sacrifice Blake and Macwood, they're more than happy to take that trade-off.
Let's take a look at this elimination right here. Ducky catches Asian Jeff absolutely off guard and sends him right to bed, but Asian Jeff and Alarochi should be pretty happy as a duo right now with their performance. They'll surely be able to hold top 15, but Ducky and Encrypted story continues now off the backs of that huge elim there.
Ducky just ramping up while Encrypted looks to take an approach from a slightly lower position here. Ducky, small tag into his shields, but with a full Flowberry Fizz, the real concern is just not pulling the attention of the rest of the lobby here. Ducky and Encrypted could definitely utilize a refresh for some hard mats. They don't have that much material to work with for this mid game.
There they have it. They're setting up the crash pad on out. Braids and Visuals on the other side here also have to get a move on. Just look at this zone here. A lot of players found themselves having to cross this water here shortly. And the surge is active right here. Braids and Visuals are underneath it. They thought there was a team behind that wall, but Creep and Hades have distanced themselves a fair bit away. This might not be a spot that they want to stick around in for much longer, but what they can do about it, sitting idle here a little too long now.
Problem as well that's just surfaced for Visuals and Braids is that teams nearby inside of Hazy Hillside likely heard those shields getting cracked. And you can see Hades and Creep, they're trying to make their way from where or into the direction that they heard that shield break happen. But it seems like Braids and Visuals just staying crouched, staying hidden. It's gonna do the trick here, but again, Braids, Visuals, they could look for a power play opportunity here. They've got to be precise. They've got to be quick and connect with these shots because they're still below that damage threshold.
Yeah, they're going to be on the last rotate now, so unfortunately they don't find any tags. Hoping to get some teams moving there, but no one crossed in front of them. Visuals finds one right here, though. Ignalize duo of Creon. Creon's on the run right now, skating his way out of the boxes, very slippery. Good tags here on Teoxy, but that's not enough. Making progress as they catch flow there amongst the server chaos. And that's 3 big pops. All right, well, that's enough to go and put them right in the game now.
That just brought a little bit of breath of life into this game here for Braids and Visuals. Keep in mind, they still have to be able to actually expend these resources. Doesn't do them much good if they get elimed after securing these goods. It's gonna be the shield potions that Braids opts to utilize first, and then the med kit. But Braids actually a little bit isolated compared to the rest of the congestion that's building at the lower side of Hazy Hillside.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here. And this is going to be some pretty crazy terrain as we start getting to the end game here, but this is it. Teams that start to fall now lose their chance at the grand finals if you're not somewhere at the top of the point threshold. Otherwise, you leave it up to chance. For Bacon and TK, they're doing a great job so far. The placements are just around the corner now. This is where things start to get super serious here. For Bacon and TK2, they just don't have a lot. This is it's a tough spot to be in, and TK jumps down and gets one pumped immediately. Just huge mistakes being made there as they jump into unknown territory. And Bacon retreats, and right as I was just about trying to set up what could be a celebratory moment, Bacon now has all of the pressure on him to perform here in order to solidify his top 15 spot.
But that's the problem when you're trying to actually slide down this mountain face. You pull up next to builds that aren't yours. Curly more than happy to take full advantage of that as well. Might have been some surge damage that was needed as well. So we'll see if that is going to be able to extend Curly and his teammates' run here. This final match is now. We're still here with Chubbs and Bryce. Content to kind of just stay in their builds for the time being. Not really in a rush. And that damage threshold definitely looking plenty healthy in comparison to some other players in the lobby. But Walkers and Shadow, they don't care about how much damage they have. They just want to prevent these other teams that are struggling more towards the mid-tier area of this mountain. And Scented, Tahi under some serious pressure right now. Builds getting absolutely depleted one after the other.
This is jokes. Scented and Tahi are just in the corner going through all their mats from metal down to brick now to wood, and it's all to the hands of Walkers and Shadow who kind of set up the lobby focus there. They're somehow still standing. Look at this, now forced to fight out of this corner. Back down, but hasn't given up yet. You got to respect Tahi and Scented here, and they actually find elimination for their troubles. There goes the refresh that they were desperately needing to pick up here. And we might just be seeing the Tahi Grand Finals clutch right now coming out of him. Diego, meanwhile, we jump in, catch a glimpse of the 290 headshot. He puts a player down off in the distance there. It's Nexi, catches the unfortunate bullet.
Now, Diego, G-Money, trying to collect themselves, safe for the time being. You can see some teams stacked up at the top of this mountain. A lot of this endgame action, MDF, just going to be so heavily dictated by which way the zone decides to pull. If it drops these players from that high point of elevation all the way down to the low ground, teams that don't have any methods for mobility could find themselves hard-pressed to keep their Game 3 hopes alive. But Bacon with that grapple blade is going to stay hidden. Might be able to catch some teams rotating above him if they're not careful. Tahi and Scented also, after that refresh on the Jack, they've done a great job at repositioning, still trying to control the low ground just a bit here, trying to make sure they stay ahead of this first moving zone.
Yeah, they're in a good spot right now. They actually just so happen to already be kind of down on the low ground, so they're not gonna have to worry about the elevation changes. They can pick their layer wisely, and Scented wants to get up off the floor here, so very interesting decision here to kind of get in the mix of the congested areas, but we'll see how it ends up working out if they now have mats to play with. Diego continues to hit the snipe shots here when it matters. That time not leading to a clean elimination, but they're already up to 4 as a team. He's gonna have to heal here.
But Diego, he looks left for 1 second to get a nice sniper shot. And then from his right side, just gets totally ripped apart. Definitely hurts a bit there for G-Money and Diego. They're gonna have to expend a decent amount of their resources to ensure that Diego's healthy enough to keep their Game 3 lobby run alive. Tahi, Scented, again, work their way up to a slightly higher elevation, but knowing that they still have to keep things pressing forward. They don't want to get caught up in any of the congestion that's starting to build.
Every team now in this endgame situation here has a chance to take a top 15 away from another player or solidify theirs for the night. Bryce and Chubbs being one of the few two. They're in there. Meanwhile, high ground, Ponder and Vegas trying to win this game here, Taco.
Again, even if they have height, though, doesn't necessarily guarantee success. Shadow and Walker is finally taken down. Bryce Chubbs now ready to strike. They want a little bit of that high ground action for themselves, but again, Bryce Chubbs recognizing the way that the zone is pulling. Want to make sure they stay towards the front side of it. But Bryce Chubbs, quick pause in the action here as they get some shield recovery. Tahi and Scented, though. 4 elims already. This is a team. Tahi, before this lobby started, he said, is the script 10 eliminations and a 6th place finish? They might just be able to get it done, eating massive chunks of damage, though, on their path forward. Scented doing everything he can to continue tarping out, but there's just too much pressure, too many teams catching him out in the mid-ground. Tahi now, the sole survivor of this duo, trying to keep the dream alive now, but with only 10 Flowberry Fizz Juice left, he's got to use it.
Nice.
He's got to get this refresh, and that's what he was looking for onto Diego, but he still needs to get back into zone.
Just misses the finish right there at the end, but a top 5 nonetheless is still very, very good compared to the other performances they've had all weekend long. So showing a little bit of life on the last day when it matters most, but is it enough to hold a top 15 performance? We'll find out. For now, though, Bryce and Chubbs fight their way on up, bring it on down to the bottom, and now they have 5 eliminations here, and they're going to walk their way to what could be a victory royale here to all but seal the deal for a top 15 performance as G-Money and Diego Plays did what they had to do to get that 2nd place that game. And all in all, what a Sundays it was.
Things started off a little bit shaky here in the lower bracket for Bryson Chubbs with that game 1 performance, but man, they really turned it around quickly, and they had to. MDF, they knew this would be one of their final opportunities. They were already looking relatively set for keeping their position inside of that top 15, but this Victory Royale certain to guarantee them their spot inside that threshold of the leaderboard.
And look at that, Blake was also up there in the end game. So was Crackley. So couple of favorites there might have did just enough in that last game to go ahead and clutch up their top 15s. I'm looking forward to see who did enough, because Bryson Chubbs surely after that one have to have a moment to celebrate. There are big wins for them, and we get to see Bryson Chubbs likely in the grand finals now.
Yeah, and it's exciting stuff to think about the fact that we are actually going to be confirming our final 15 teams to make their way to the grand finals. MDF, from the start of today with those 3 matches in the upper bracket to now with these 3 final lobbies here in the lower bracket, it's been a phenomenal time seeing all the action and calling all the action. But from myself and MDF, that is going to draw our conclusion for today. Now it's really just up to the analysts to let us know who actually made it into the top 15.
They finally pulled through. Bryce and Chubbs, take it by force. You can't write a better script than this in the final game of the day. Now the question becomes, though, did they do enough? Are they in the top 15? Now with 141 points, yeah, likely, but Vivid, I'm not good at math, so I still want to see the standings.
See, come on. We know that they made it. After that game number 1, I was honestly feeling a little bit worried. 0 points in game number 1. This duo was at Global Championships. They got 6 there, and I was like, oh my gosh, are they not going to make grand finals? They clutched up in the last game in good fashion, making a statement as well, winning it, taking the higher ground. I saw them building up, and I was like, wait, like, they know that they only need like a couple of points, right? Like, are they really going to risk it fighting a team for high ground? They come out on top anyway, win the game, get in the grands, W.
Listen, in game 2, where we saw Chubbs have the solo run of his life, they said, listen, we can run it back and do it even better. And that's exactly what they did right here. Ending off the day, ending off our semifinals with an incredible victory royale. Congratulations to this duo. They absolutely deserve their spot in Grands next weekend.
Excited to see how they kind of make waves in grand finals. Now, of course, as excited I am to see them, I'm a little more excited to see the standings. How are things going? Maybe I should have worded that better. Shut up, Vivid. Anyway, I'm excited to see the top 15 here. So if you're just tuning in, the top 15 will be moving on to grand finals. For everyone else, their FNCS run will end here. Blake and Macwood ending the day in #1 spot, only by a single point difference, but honestly, that's awesome for them.
Yeah, love to see that from them. You know, we saw them in the upper bracket earlier today. They were struggling. It seems like they had a strategy, and that specific strategy just worked so much better in these specific 3 games. We've talked about Soneto and Veer, Bryce and Chubbs. Let's go see what that threshold is looking like. 94 points, the same as EU. Asian Jeff, Oliver OG, they clutch it up. But yeah, Kelly, you're calling it out right now. Look at 16th.
Tahi, you saw them run through it in the final game. They're jumping up 18 points, but it just missed the mark. But you know what? They had an incredible run. They should be absolutely proud to make it this far into the competition. And I'm excited to see these 15 duos joining the 25 we have from the upper bracket. And then, of course, the 10 duos that we've had that made it through the Victory Royale from days 1 and 2. These 50 duos absolutely deserve to be here. And I cannot wait. This has been a wild ride all the way from the qualifiers to now. I can't believe we're finally making it to the grand finals.
Yeah, especially kind of the different ways, right? We kind of did this. It was super chaotic. Then we had victory royales only matter, but then now we had set lobbies, and kind of placing the set lobbies in the top half will send you through. Really cool, very diverse. But like you said, now we have to start thinking about grand finals for the duos. They have to spend this week really carefully, meticulously combing not only their VOD reviews, but the VODs of other people, right? Thinking, who is going to be landing our POIs? Where can we go? What areas can we operate? It's going to be a wild grand finals, to say the least.
I love the fact that you kind of pointed out, right? It's going to be like the clash of titans, those that have proved that they can win games, those that have proved that they can consistently place through just a matter of 3 games. And we're throwing all 50 of those teams that have proven worthy into a series of 12 games. It's crazy to think that at the beginning of today, I was like, oh my gosh, we're gonna have our 50 teams solidified for grand finals. And in a week's time, not only are we gonna have an FNCS champion, but qualifiers for the globals at the end of the year. Oh my gosh, Fortnite's back, Kelly. FNCS is here.
I mean, you know, when we wrapped up globals last year, we had this pretty decent sized break, and for us to finally be back at the top of the competition for all the regions that we have, I am so excited to see what these players bring to the battle bus. But I think we have to, you know, wait a week at least.
Yeah, that's fine. I need time to detox from all the stress that I have consumed today. So, of course, Fortnite fam, we thank you guys so much for hanging out with us and watching Fortnite. If you have a duo out there that either made it or didn't, make sure you follow them on socials. Let them know how much you care. Encourage them or cheer them on if they're in grands. It is always a pleasure and super fun doing this. But grand finals is next week. And remember, EU starts before we do. So if you want to watch EU, then come on over here, watch NA, both. Why not? I mean, again, global spots all on the line. As always, we love y'all. Keep yourself safe, and we'll see you on the battle bus.
Beep, beep.
That's my show. Burn up and see the